Chapter 604. It was already very late when Hu Jingyao got home. Su Qingseng was still awake. Seeing Hu Jingyao enter the room, she put down the book in her hand. "You're back? Have you eaten?" "I have." Hu Jingyao didn't say anything. He walked to the bed and hugged Su Qingseng, who was about to get up. Su Qingseng was stunned for a moment. Her lips moved, but she didn't ask anything. The room was very quiet. Neither of them spoke. A few minutes later, Su Qingseng patted Hu Jinyao's back. "Grandpa told me to tell you that it was his decision to let Hu Yifan return to the company." Hu Jinyao's body froze for a moment. He let go of Su Qingseng and looked at her face. "You know," Su Qingseng nodded. They returned from Sea City, but Hu Jingyao didn't go back to the old mansion for dinner. Old Master Hu was a smart man. How could he not know that Hu Jingyao was angry? Grandpa said that nothing beats family harmony, so she didn't finish her sentence. But Hu Jingyao understood what Old Master Hu meant. It was nothing more than asking him to bear with it for the sake of the bigger picture. Patience. The problem was he didn't want to endure it. He didn't want to put up with Hu Yifan or Su Peijian. He didn't want to see Hu Yifan strut around in front of him. Old Master Hu had thought that Hu Yifan would go home for dinner, so he wanted to tell Hu Jingyao himself. However, Hu Jingyao didn't want to go home. He had no choice but to call Su Qingseng to the study when she was about to go home, and briefly explain the situation to her. "Grandpa said that he understands your feelings and knows that you have grievances in your heart. But no matter what, Hu Yifan is your younger brother. His proposal this time was also very good, so please understand." Su Qingseng's voice was very low, and she held Hu Jinyao's hand as she spoke. She could understand his feelings, but she didn't know how to help him. "Honey." Hu Jingyao suddenly held Su Qingseng's hand and looked at her attentively. "What? If I leave the Hu family one day, will you come with me?" Su Qingseng frowned slightly. "Are you serious?" "Yes, I'm serious." Hu Jingyao looked at her with a serious face. "I don't want to endure it anymore." "Then don't be patient. No matter what you want to do, I will support you." Hu Jingyao smiled. It was a rare smile on his face after returning to Rong City. He held Su Qingseng's hand and kissed it. When he looked up again, his eyes were very sharp. "However, I don't plan to leave the Hu family." Su Qingseng didn't understand. Hu Jingyao slightly raised the corners of his mouth with a hint of playfulness. "Why should I be the one to leave? The Hu family can only be mine." He wasn't greedy for his current position. If it hadn't been for that accident, the Hu family would have been Hu Jinkai's. He didn't care who the president of Tianyu Group was, and he didn't care about Hu Mingguang's attitude towards him. However, no one could replace Hu Jinkai in controlling the Hu family and Tianyu Group. "Jingyao, then you. Don't worry, I'm fine." Since Hu Yifan was feeling smug now, he would just let him be for a few more days. It was just a plan. He would have a way to make it impossible for him to complete it. Su Qingseng didn't respond. She reached out and hugged him again. It didn't matter if he stayed in the Hu family or left the Hu family. No matter where he was, she would go. As for whether he was the president of Tianyu Group or not, when she was with him, didn't she think that he was just a small employee? So what did it matter whether he was or not? "No matter what you plan to do, I'll support you." Hu Jingyao lowered his head. When he met her misty eyes, he leaned over and kissed her on the lips. He held her in his arms. In a place where Su Qingseng couldn't see, his deep eyes were filled with sharpness. When Hu Jingyao entered the cafe, he immediately saw Qi Shiwei, who was sitting by the window. Qi Shiwei sat there with her long hair draped behind her head. She seemed to have become a little more plump. She sat there flipping through the magazine on the table, her eyes filled with gentleness. She hadn't changed much over the years. She was still so innocent. In that way, when she saw someone in front of her, she raised her head. When she met Hu Jingyao's face, she smiled gently. "Jingyao, you're here?" Hu Jingyao nodded and sat down opposite her. Qi Shiwei didn't close the magazine in her hand. She just turned her face and looked at Hu Jingyao. "I haven't seen you for so many years, but you're still the same." "Really? You're the same." Speaking of which, he hadn't seen Qi Shiwei for nearly 8 years. Qi Shiwei curved the corners of her lips, and the smile on her face didn't diminish. "I'm not the same. I'm old and haggard. You're younger than me. If you say you're old, won't I be older? It's different. Women always age faster. Qi Shiwei's voice seemed to be emotional, but it was only for a moment. She quickly changed the topic. By the way, what do you want to drink? A latte. Your taste hasn't changed much. As Qi Shiwei spoke, she called the waiter over and ordered a latte for Hu Jiniao. She ordered a glass of juice for herself. I remember you like Blue Mountain? Yes, but I can't drink coffee now. I've already quit. Qi Shiwei ordered another 2 sets of snacks. Only then did she put away the magazine and put it aside. Quit? Hu Jiniao looked at her expression, as if he didn't understand. By the way, how have you been these few years? Not bad. I know you're married. You should be quite happy, right? Yes. That's good. A sincere smile appeared on Qi Shiwei's face. I thought you'd be very busy. I didn't expect you to have the time to look for me. Hu Jiniao didn't deny it. I'm indeed very busy, but I have something to ask you. As he spoke, he took out the document from his briefcase and pushed it in front of Qi Shiwei. This. Qi Shiwei looked at the document and flipped through it. She closed the document and looked at Hu Jiniao in confusion. Have you guys already started? This plan isn't bad, right? Very good. Hu Jiniao looked at Qi Shiwei and praised her generously. If it can really be implemented, it will bring huge long-term benefits to the group. It's good that it can help you. Qi Shiwei smiled. The smile on her face was very pure. Hu Jiniao looked at her and put away the plan. Unfortunately, this plan doesn't help me now. Qi Shiwei was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't quite understand what Hu Jiniao meant. Why? Why can't it help you? Shiwei, can you tell me why you gave me this plan? If I remember correctly, with your major and what you've learned, such a plan is also very beneficial to you and your company. I know, but now, I don't have the energy to care about it. Qi Shiwei bit her lip and said softly, I'm very optimistic about such a plan, but I don't have enough energy, so I can't continue. In my heart, you're the most suitable candidate. I feel that if I let you do such a plan, you'll definitely make it work to the fullest. Thank you, Shiwei. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. But the question is, why didn't you come to me personally and give me this plan? Qi Shiwei lowered her head, as if a little embarrassed. I did. I went to Tianyu Group to look for you, but they said you weren't there. Then I met your sister-in-law. She said that you went to Sea City and wouldn't be back so soon. So I gave the document to her and asked her to pass it to you. Hu Jiniao pursed his lips into a straight line. He was a little helpless at Qi Shiwei's rash actions. Are you very familiar with her? You gave her such an important thing? I'm not very familiar with her. But I met her when she was in the United States. I knew that she was the daughter of the Li family in Lin City. I happened to see the video of your anniversary celebration. Now that she's married to your cousin, your family. So when she said she could pass it to you, I gave it to her. Shiwei. Hu Jiniao didn't expect Su Peijian's perfect plan to come from this way. I remember that you weren't such a simple person in the past. Yes. I also feel that I've changed a lot. Qi Shiwei smiled, looking a little uncomfortable. But there's nothing I can do. This is a special period. Not only can I not keep up with my energy, but sometimes my thoughts can't keep up either. Special period? This time, it was Hu Jiniao's turn to be confused. Qi Shiwei smiled. That's right. I'm pregnant. So, she didn't finish her sentence. She had been sitting and holding a magazine in her hand, so Hu Jiniao didn't pay attention to this. Because of her words, Hu Jiniao looked down at her abdomen. Only then did he realize that Qi Shiwei's abdomen was already bulging. She did look pregnant. Jiniao, to tell you the truth, ever since I got pregnant, my spirit has been much worse, and my temper is also sometimes good and sometimes bad. You're right. Originally, I planned to carry out this plan in my own company, but because my mood hasn't been very stable recently, my boss asked me to hand this plan over to someone else. I was very unhappy and had an argument with my boss. After the argument, I was angry and annoyed. I didn't want my boss to benefit, so I decided to give this plan to you. I only found out that you were married when I returned home. After thinking about it, I didn't have any other gift to give me. I've been working on this plan for a long time, and it's barely presentable. I wanted to give it to you as a wedding gift. Qi Shiwei seemed a little embarrassed when she said this. I originally wanted to give this to you personally, but the last time I went to your company to look for you, you weren't there. My low blood pressure came back again. It was your sister-in-law who sent me to the hospital. At that time, the plan happened to be in her car. Later, she said that she would give it to you. I happened to be feeling unwell, so I naturally gave it to her. She finished explaining the process, but she didn't understand what was going on. She didn't give it to you? Then why is this with you now? Everything was clear. Hua Jingyao was silent for more than 10 seconds. Qi Shiwei's expression turned ugly again. Did I do something wrong? What happened? Tell me. Shiwei, can you do me a favor? Of course. You know, as long as it's your matter, I'm willing to help. She didn't finish her sentence, but Hua Jingyao understood what she meant. Yes, Qi Shiwei was like this. She was always very enthusiastic. She used to be like this when she was in school, and she was still like this after she left school. Let me thank you in advance. Hua Jingyao didn't say what it was. He looked at Qi Shiwei with a hint of concern in his eyes. Oh right, you're married. Does your husband treat you well? We broke up. Qi Shiwei shook her head and didn't want to talk about it anymore. I'm alone now. Hua Jingyao was a little stunned by this random sentence. When he saw Qi Shiwei's normal expression, as if she couldn't be any better, he didn't know what to say. But aren't you pregnant now? Yes. I know I'm pregnant. As Qi Shiwei spoke, she lowered her head and placed one hand on her abdomen. At that moment, her expression was rather gentle. I know I'm pregnant. This is my child. If his father doesn't want him, I'll want him. Hua Jingyao was a little surprised that she didn't seem to care. After thinking for a while, he spoke very seriously. Shiwei, we're friends. If you need my help, you must tell me. Thank you. Qi Shiwei smiled at him. But I don't need it now. I'm fine like this. She thought of what Hua Jingyao had said just now. By the way, you said that you needed my help with something. May I ask what's the matter? Hua Jingyao glanced at the proposal. There was a flash of malice in his eyes, but he didn't show it in front of Qi Shiwei. When Hua Jingyao entered the company, it happened to be Monday. There was a regular Monday meeting today. Hua Yifan had already been kicked out and wasn't qualified to attend. But because of the recent proposal, he sat in the conference room again and occupied a seat inside. When he saw Hua Jingyao and Yang Wenchang get up together, the corners of his lips curled up slightly, and a look of pride and arrogance flashed across his eyes. When Yang Wenchang saw it, his face darkened, and he couldn't help but look at Hua Jingyao. Hua Jingyao, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened. He walked to the top seat and sat down at the first seat at the conference table. The seat at the top was Hua Mingguang's. Ever since Hua Jingyao and Hua Mingguang parted on bad terms, Hua Jingyao hadn't gone to look for Hua Mingguang in the past few days. He didn't have any business matters to talk to Hua Mingguang about. The father and son worked at the Tianyu Group every day, but they didn't meet even once. Thinking about it, it was really ironic. Soon Hua Mingguang arrived. It wasn't just him. There was also Hua Mingliang. The two of them entered the conference room one after another. They sat down at the head of the table. Hua Mingguang glanced at Hua Jingyao. If one looked carefully, one would find a flash of guilt in his eyes. But it was only for a moment. Soon, he looked at the people in front of him. He announced the start of the regular meeting. There wasn't much to hear in the first place. It was about the daily matters of the company and the progress of some big cases. Hua Jingyao supported his chin with one hand, as if he was listening to the reports of these people seriously. From time to time, he would look at Hua Mingguang. In the past, he wouldn't attend such a regular meeting every time. Today, he was listening especially seriously. When he looked at Hua Mingliang again, his face was full of pride. He couldn't hide it. There was also Hua Yang and Hua Manzi, who were sitting next to Hua Yifan. They covered up the dejection that Hua Yifan had when he was kicked out of the Tianyu Group a while ago. They looked more or less proud. Hua Jingyao admired their expressions. He knew in his heart that such pride. It wasn't long. It was only today. After today, he was confident that Hua Yifan would never be able to be proud again. Soon, it was Hua Yifan's turn to speak. What he wanted to talk about was the project that he was currently working on. When it was Huo Yifan's turn to speak, Huo Mingliang's eyes lit up. He looked at Huo Yifan, his pride evident in his words. It wasn't just him. Weren't the Huo siblings the same? This plan was indeed very good, Huo Jingyao admitted. Qi Shiwei looked soft and weak, but she was very capable. In fact, after she graduated, Huo Jingyao had thought of letting her enter the Tianyu group. However, Qi Shiwei refused. She chose to stay in the United States. A few years ago, he had almost no contact with her. If it weren't for this incident, he would have followed the clues given by Yang Wenchang and discovered that Huo Yifan's plan was actually given to him by Su Peijian. Su Peijian, on the other hand, had actually managed to get on Qi Shiwei's good side without him knowing. He also wouldn't know that Qi Shiwei had returned to the country because of her boss's business philosophy and design philosophy regarding some new products. She had been back for a while. Previously, her health wasn't good, so she stayed at home to recuperate. At the same time, she changed the plan in her hands. It wasn't until later that she felt that it was perfect and could be taken out. That was why she came to look for him. This plan, which was originally a wedding gift from Qi Shiwei, had somehow fallen into Su Peijian's hands. Su Peijian, that woman. His previous punishment of her was still too light. This time, he could deal with both Huo Yifan and Su Peijian at the same time. At that moment, Huo Yifan was speaking with confidence. He was quite confident in the case he was currently working on. Half of this confidence came from the perfect plan. The other half was because he was confident in his own abilities. He believed that this time, he would definitely be able to make a beautiful comeback. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but look at Huo Jingyao. His expression was proud and provocative. Huo Jingyao acted as if he didn't see it. He lowered his head to look at the time. It should be about time. The moment he raised his head, the door of the conference room was opened. Zhang Yin walked in front. When he saw the person inside, he finally looked at Huo Jingyao. President Hua? Huo Jingyao curled his lips. Very good. He was here. The show was about to begin. Zhang Yan's appearance made everyone look at him. They also saw the person standing behind him. Chapter 605. Secretary Zhang. Huo Mingguang frowned. He was about to speak, but he saw that there were two people behind Zhang Yang. Two people in uniform. Everyone present sat there motionlessly. They just looked at the two people and didn't understand why the police were here. Huo Yifan stood there and watched the two people walk straight toward him. One of them flashed the ID in his hand in front of Huo Yifan. Hello, are you Mr. Huo Yifan? I am. Huo Yifan stood there with a confused expression. The police officer put away the ID. You are suspected of being involved in a case of stealing trade secrets. Please come with us and assist in the investigation. Huo Yifan instinctively took a step back. What nonsense are you talking about? Who stole trade secrets? Please cooperate with us and assist in the investigation. Huo Yifan stood there and subconsciously looked at Huo Mingliang. Huo Mingliang was also confused. He took 2 steps forward. Police officer, is there a misunderstanding here? My son would never steal trade secrets. So please come with us and assist in the investigation. The police officer still sounded professional, but his actions were not polite at all. He took 2 steps forward and stood on both sides of Huo Yifan, wanting to take him away. Huo Yifan looked at Huo Mingguang again. Uncle, save me. I didn't. Huo Mingguang looked at the scene in front of him and subconsciously glanced at Huo Jingyao. Zhang Yang was Huo Jingyao's man. It was Zhang Yang who brought him in. Did this have anything to do with Huo Jingyao? Huo Yifan also saw Huo Jingyao's gaze. He suddenly pointed at Huo Jingyao. It's you, isn't it? It's you. You're the one who hurt me. Huo Jingyao, you're jealous. You can't bear to see me do well. Huo Jingyao touched the tip of his nose. Finally, he met Huo Yifan's eyes. Manager Hua, please think twice before you speak. I don't have the ability to let the police arrest you. If you think you're innocent, go with them. After all, the police will find out the truth of the matter and prove your innocence. Don't you think so? Huo Jingyao, it's you. Huo Yifan still wanted to curse, but he was already taken away by 2 police officers. After he was taken away, Huo Mingguang and Huo Mingliang both looked at Huo Jingyao. Nephew, that's not very kind of you. Hua Mingliang looked at Hua Jingyao with silent criticism in his eyes. Uncle, I don't quite understand what you're saying. It was Yifan who committed the crime. What does it have to do with me? Hua Jingyao pushed the matter aside as if it had nothing to do with him. Hua Mingliang was furious. Nephew Gu, don't you feel guilty saying this? The police were all brought here by your people. Are you trying to say that it has nothing to do with you? Hearing this, Hua Jingyao smiled slightly and turned to look at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yan, did you bring him here? No. Zhang Yan waved a document in his hand as he spoke. I was looking for President Hua, and I happened to see those two police officers coming upstairs. They said they were looking for Manager Hu Yifan. I happened to be on my way to the conference room. Uncle, did you hear that? This matter has nothing to do with me. Come to think of it, I'm really curious. Yifan stole trade secrets. What kind of trade secrets did he steal? No one present had expected this. When they heard Hua Jinyao's words, they looked at each other. Hua Mingguang's expression was very ugly. He sat there with a cold face and looked at Hua Jinyao. He didn't believe that this matter had nothing to do with him. Hua Jinyao acted as if he didn't see his father's expression. He just looked at Hua Mingliang and said, Uncle, if I were you, I wouldn't stay here now. Instead, I would find a way to find out what trade secrets Yifan stole. Hua Mingliang glared at Hua Jinyao. He wanted to lose his temper, but he knew that what he said was the truth. After glaring at Hua Jinyao with hatred, he quickly left. The meeting couldn't continue at this point. Hua Mingguang waved his hand, and the others in the conference room dispersed. In the end, only Hua Jinyao and Hua Mingguang were left. Hua Mingguang stopped Hua Jinyao before he left. Jinyao. Hua Jinyao stood there and looked at him with an unruly expression. You, he said the word you, and changed the topic. Hua Yifan's matter was your doing. He used an affirmative sentence. Hua Jinyao smiled. Don't you have an answer? Why are you still asking? Hua Mingguang's expression was complicated. He looked at Hua Jinyao and didn't know what to say for a moment. Jinyao, I know that your mother and I owe you a lot. You're indignant. If you're really that unhappy, you can come at us. But I hope you can take the overall situation into account. No matter what, Yifan is your younger brother, and also a member of the Tianyu group. Aren't you afraid that your actions will affect the company's reputation? You're thinking too much. Hua Jinyao patiently listened to him finish his words. There was a hint of mockery in his voice. First of all, I don't have any resentment towards you and mother. You can treat me however you like, as long as you're happy. Second, it's not me who will affect the company's reputation, it's Hu Yifan. Perhaps you can ask him where that perfect plan came from, and how it came about. When the time comes, you can discuss the company's reputation with me. After saying this, Hua Jinyao left. He completely ignored Hua Mingguang, who was behind him. He was left sitting there with a complicated expression on his face. There was a faint hint of guilt on his face. When Hu Yifan was taken away, he was quite confident. But soon, he realized that he couldn't be confident anymore. A company in the United States called Cave Company filed a lawsuit against Hu Yifan through a lawyer, accusing him of stealing trade secrets. And the so-called trade secret was the document that Su Peijian had given him. The other party repeatedly asked him to explain where the document came from. Hu Yifan could only tell the truth. It was given by Su Peijian. Su Peijian was in Lin City. After she lost so much face in Lin City, she didn't immediately return to Rong City. Instead, he led a befuddled life in Lin City for 2 days. But soon she was arrested. The police brought her from Lin City to Rong City. The charges against her were the same: theft of trade secrets. Su Peijian hadn't recovered from that blow yet. She didn't expect to face such charges immediately. Of course, she wouldn't admit it. She said that the document was given to her by Qi Shiwei. She didn't steal it at all. But no one wanted to believe her. She was locked up. Not only was she locked up, but she was also interrogated with Hu Yifan. She said that the proposal was given to her by Qi Shiwei, but Qi Shiwei refused to admit it. She said that such an important thing, how could she give it to someone so casually? Especially since it was a confidential document from her original company. Su Peijian couldn't defend herself. She called a lawyer she knew, and wanted him to bail her out. But it was useless. The other party told her that her case was irrefutable, and there was no way to turn the tables. On the other side, Su Peijian and Hu Yifan were locked up. On the other side, Hu Mingliang was trying his best to get Hu Yifan out. Hu Yifan went to prison, and the case was put on hold. This was also a loss for the company. Hu Mingliang didn't know about the plan. He had always thought that Hu Yifan had done it himself. Only now did he know that Hu Yifan hadn't done the plan himself. He had no choice but to beg old Master Hua. On the other side, the police had officially filed a complaint against Hu Yifan and Su Peijian. If convicted, the two of them would face a limited sentence of more than 3 years, and less than 7 years. Whether it was 3 years or 7 years, Hu Mingliang couldn't afford it. In desperation, he could only look for old Master Hua to plead for mercy. Su Qingsang returned to the hospital to work. She was extremely busy every day. Naturally, she didn't know about these things about Tianyu Group. She only knew that Hu Jiniao had been very busy recently, and often returned home very late at night. Coincidentally, she was also on the night shift this week. In Auntie Yu's words, the two of them hadn't eaten at home for a few days. It wasn't easy for Su Qingsang to not be on duty that day and go home early. Only then did she realize that Hu Jiniao hadn't returned yet. She was a little disappointed, but Su Qingsang knew Hu Jiniao's recent situation. Although he said that he had a way to deal with Hu Yifan, her grandfather would probably stop him when the time came. If Hu Jiniao insisted on doing things his own way, he would inevitably make his grandfather unhappy again. She couldn't help him with these things, so she could only not cause him trouble. Hu Jiniao didn't come back until she was done packing and lying down in a daze. The bed beside her suddenly sunk and made her blink. She hadn't turned off the bedside lamp before. Now that she saw Hu Jiniao, she reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. "You're back." "Yes." Hu Jiniao nodded and looked at Su Qingsang, who was still sleepy. At this time, she looked a little confused. "Why are you so late? Do you have a lot of work to do?" "Yes." Hu Jiniao nodded. Su Qingsang looked at him with a little heartache and patted his shoulder. "All right, go take a shower and sleep early." Hu Jiniao didn't object. He leaned over and kissed her on the lips again before retreating. Su Qingsang smiled and blinked her eyes. Just as she was about to go to sleep, she smelled an extremely faint scent that resembled perfume. She couldn't help but sniff it hard again. The smell was gone. She looked at Hu Jiniao and found that he had also turned his face to look at her. "Qingsang." His expression was a little serious. "What's wrong? If Auntie comes to see you and asks for something, you can ask her to come to me. Don't agree to any of her requests." Hu Jiniao was naturally referring to Kaiping. Su Qingsang was completely awake because of his words. "Auntie came to see me? Why did she come to see me? What happened? Did Su Peijian return to Rong City? Isn't she still in Lin City?" She had been back for about a week. During this week, she had already stopped thinking about what Su Peijian had done. Her reputation was ruined anyway. She thought that Su Peijian wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Could it be that she was still thinking of harming people? "Don't worry, it's not what you think. Su Peijian is in prison now." Under Su Qingsang's shocked expression, Hu Jiniao briefly told her what Su Peijian had done. "Don't worry. This time I will definitely ask them to sentence her to the high court. They will not let her out unless she is locked up for 7 years." Su Qingsang didn't say anything. Su Peijian deserved to end up like this today. However, she couldn't help but sympathize with Xiang Kaiping. "Auntie will probably come to me to plead for her, right?" "Yes, Auntie will probably come to you to plead for her. So I hope that no matter what Auntie says you don't care. Just ask her to come to me." "I got it." Su Qingsang responded in a very low voice. Her expression didn't look too good. She couldn't help Su Peijian's matter, and she didn't want to help. She had repeatedly gone against her, and even tried to harm her. If she still spoke up for Su Peijian, she would be too much of a saint. However, in the end, she still sympathized with Xiang Kaiping. With a daughter like that, Xiang Kaiping would probably feel a headache and pain, right? Because of this matter, Su Qingsang suddenly forgot that she had smelled a faint perfume just now. In the study, the atmosphere was a little tense. "Impossible." Hu Jiniao threw out these 3 words after hearing old Master Hua's request. Old Master Hu didn't expect Hu Jiniao to refuse so directly, not even giving him any face. Jiniao, can't you let your brother go? I'm sorry, I can't. Everything else could be discussed, but this was the only thing that Hu Jiniao would never compromise on. Jiniao. Old Master Hu was a little annoyed by his attitude. What do you think? As long as you can find a way to get Cave's people to withdraw the charges, I'll make the decision and send Hu Yifan and the others abroad. I promise I won't let them come back again. How about that? No. Hu Jiniao smiled and shook his head. He didn't accept Old Master Hu's words at all. No, you can't send them abroad. Why would they go abroad? Continue to enjoy life? Grandpa, that's not what I want. I promise you. I won't give them any help. They need to support themselves abroad, by their own strength. Grandpa, if you've decided, what's the difference in letting them stay in prison and reflect on their own mistakes? Old Master Hu's lips moved. He wanted to defend Hu Yifan, but Hu Jiniao didn't want to stay any longer. He stood up and looked at Old Master Hu. His expression was respectful, but he didn't have the slightest intention of backing down. Old Master Hu's face was a little pale. He couldn't bear to think of Hu Mingliang, who had come to beg him and cried. Grandpa, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. By the way, speaking of which, you've completely let my father handle the company's matters. Since that's the case, you don't have to worry about it anymore. What do you think? Old Master Hu's expression was no longer just ugly. Hu Jiniao was clearly telling him not to worry about the company's matters anymore. You. Old Master Hu clutched his chest angrily. He pointed at Hu Jiniao. Hu Jiniao bowed. Grandpa, it's better to take care of your health. Hu Yifan has always said that he's very filial. If he's really filial, he won't do these things that hurt the company's reputation again and again. So this time, Grandpa, it's better if you don't interfere. Chapter 606. This was a somewhat remote villa in Rong City. It was a 3.5-story villa. It wasn't particularly big, but the environment was elegant, and the surroundings were very quiet. The distance between the houses was also quite far, so the privacy was very good. Outside in the garden, there was a small white carved table. Hu Jiniao sat on a rattan chair next to him, and looked at Qi Shiwei, who was pouring juice into his glass. I'm sorry. I gave up coffee when I got pregnant, and now we only have juice at home. It's okay. I'm not here to drink. Hu Jiniao looked at her and found that her face was much paler than it had been 2 days ago. Are you okay? You don't look too well. No. Qi Shiwei filled the glass with juice and retracted her hand. She looked at Hu Jiniao. It's normal. Because of pregnancy, there will be some changes. Hu Jiniao looked at Qi Shiwei. He didn't really believe her. Is it really unrelated to that shop back then? Qi Shiwei was stunned for a moment before she suddenly smiled. What are you thinking? Of course not. She picked up the glass of juice in front of her and took a sip. Her voice was very soft. It's been so long, I've forgotten about it. It's hard for you to remember. How could I not remember? Of course I will. There was guilt and pity in Hu Jiniao's eyes. In this life, other than his brother and sister, the only person he felt guilty about was Qi Shiwei. Hu Jiniao used to study at Yale. There were many Chinese in their school, but Qi Shiwei was not only Chinese, but also from Rong City. By chance, Hu Jiniao got to know Qi Shiwei. Both of them were Chinese, and they were from Rong City. Qi Shiwei got closer to Hu Jiniao. Hu Jiniao was a very diligent and hardworking person. He put all his energy into his studies. However, Qi Shiwei was also very capable. She could be considered one of the few girls who could follow his train of thought in both business and academics. This made Hu Jiniao, who originally only wanted to keep a distance from Qi Shiwei, feel a little more admiration for her. As time went by, the relationship between the two of them improved quite a bit. Some of the students who knew about their relationship even thought that Hu Jiniao and Qi Shiwei were a couple. However, only Hu Jiniao and Qi Shiwei knew that they weren't lovers. They were just a couple who had a pretty good relationship. Qi Shiwei looked weak on the surface. However, his heart was firm. She had a similar experience as Hu Jiniao. She was born into a scholarly family. Her mother was a professor at Z University, and her father was the president of a bank. Growing up in such an environment, her ability was naturally very strong. But like Hu Jiniao, she also had an unfortunate past. Her mother was a professor and had the temperament of a scholar. Unfortunately, her father was the vice president of the bank. Father is busy with work. He was far more concerned about the gains and losses and his own future than his family. As a professor, her mother had always supported her father's work wholeheartedly, but she didn't expect that her excessive trust in him had led to her father's indulgence. Qi Shiwei's father later made the mistake that all men in the world would make. He fell in love with another woman. That woman was his secretary. After Qi Shiwei's mother found out about this, it was useless to make a fuss. She calmly expressed that she wanted a divorce. However, Father Qi happened to be facing a promotion at that time. He did not want to cause such a scandal and was unwilling to divorce. Qi Shiwei's mother was in no mood to endure it. After collecting evidence of Father Qi's infidelity, she planned to negotiate with Father Qi. Unexpectedly, she got into a car accident halfway. When she was sent to the hospital, she had already died. At that time, Qi Shiwei was only a 12-year-old girl. Her mother suddenly left, and not long after, her father brought the secretary home and became her stepmother. With a stepmother, there would be a stepfather. Her father, who had once doted on her in every possible way, gradually drifted apart after her stepmother entered the family. After her younger brother was born, her status plummeted. It was also because of this that Qi Shiwei went to the United States to study alone at a young age. After knowing what she had been through, Hu Jiniao sympathized with her because they were in the same boat. Although his parents weren't born later, they weren't much different from them. More importantly, the turning point in their lives seemed to be at the age of 12. He didn't have any romantic feelings for Qi Shiwei, but he felt a sense of pity and appreciation that surpassed that of a boyfriend and girlfriend. It was the same for Qi Shiwei. Unlike Hu Jiniao, she had been thinking of ways to avenge her mother. After so many years, she had always suspected that her mother's death wasn't simple. She didn't believe that it was such a coincidence that her mother had a car accident just as she was about to divorce her father. The hateful thing was that she was too young back then and couldn't do anything about it. When she grew up, she left Rong City. After meeting Hu Jiniao, the two of them interacted more and more. Finally, one day, she couldn't help but tell Hu Jiniao about herself. Hu Jiniao's ability was above hers. She believed that he had the ability to find out. Sure enough, Hu Jiniao quickly helped her find out that her secretary's stepmother had tampered with the car. Qi Shiwei unceremoniously sent her to prison, and at the same time, made a big deal out of the matter. This caused her father to take joint responsibility. In the end, Qi Shiwei's father lost his job, and her stepmother went to prison. After settling all of this, Qi Shiwei returned to Yale to continue her studies. Hu Jiniao helping Qi Shiwei was just a small matter. He felt that it was just a matter of convenience. However, Qi Shiwei believed that she owed him one. Hu Jiniao had many girls in school. Qi Shiwei was rumored to be his girlfriend, but before the person in question came out to confirm it, those girls felt that they still had a chance. Qi Shiwei felt that she owed Hu Jiniao this once, so she automatically took up the responsibility of blocking those peach blossoms for Hu Jiniao. Her looks were very popular in the eyes of Europeans and Americans, and she also had many suitors. Similarly, she also used Hu Jiniao to block those suitors. However, such a mutually beneficial event was not enough to make Qi Shiwei feel that she had to repay Hu Jiniao for his help. She had always wanted to repay Hu Jiniao once. Hu Jiniao had always known what she was thinking, but he had never taken it to heart. The Hu family had a lot of resources, so helping Qi Shiwei solve this kind of problem was a matter of minutes. However, he didn't expect Qi Shiwei to be so serious, and he really seized the opportunity. That Christmas, the two of them were invited by a classmate to attend that classmate's party. Before going, Hu Jiniao first went to pick up Qi Shiwei, and then the two of them planned to buy a gift for that classmate. When the two of them went to buy the gift, there was a terrorist attack on that street, the famous local shopping street. Everything happened in an instant. It was so fast that it caught people off guard. There was no way to defend against it at all. Gunshots rang out. Hua Jingyao looked at the few people who were shooting wildly in the distance. Just as he was thinking of protecting Qi Shiwei and bringing her into the nearest shop to hide, Qi Shiwei suddenly pounced on him with her eyes wide open. Be careful! Qi Shiwei's movements were too fast. She successfully pounced on Hua Jingyao. At the same time, she let out a muffled groan. Behind Hua Jingyao, there was actually another car. Two people got out of it and were about to shoot in their direction when Qi Shiwei happened to see it. Shiwei. The gunshots continued, but Hua Jingyao couldn't care less. He didn't expect Qi Shiwei to choose to repay him in such a way. In fact, he wasn't easy to get along with. Even though he had known Qi Shiwei for so long, and the two of them were even a couple on the surface, he only admired her a little more. They weren't really close to each other. However, Qi Shiwei made such a choice at such a time. Qi Shiwei was shot in the back of her waist, and blood flowed profusely. Hua Jingyao didn't know where she was injured. The constant gunshots outside made it impossible for him to even send Qi Shiwei to the doctor. He carried Qi Shiwei into the nearest shop. He looked at Qi Shiwei's pale face and felt a rare sense of guilt. The bullet had passed through Qi Shiwei's uterus. When she was sent to the hospital, she went into shock. She was finally rescued. The doctor told Hua Jingyao that Qi Shiwei's uterus had been pierced by a bullet. Although she had been rescued, it might have a certain impact on Qi Shiwei's later pregnancy. The doctor didn't say how severe the impact would be. After all, everyone's physique was different. It would also depend on her recovery later. The doctor was more conservative. In fact, even if foreign doctors didn't know much about China, they could understand that Chinese men had their own obsession with children. This time, it was Hua Jingyao's turn to blame himself. He didn't expect Qi Shiwei to repay his favor in such a way. Now Hua Jingyao was the one who owed her. He felt that he owed Qi Shiwei. After she was discharged from the hospital, he told Qi Shiwei that he wanted to become a real boyfriend and girlfriend with her. Jingyao, stop fooling around. You don't love me at all. You just sympathize with me. It's not sympathy. Not only sympathy, but also appreciation, guilt, and other things. Of course, Hua Jingyao himself knew that there was no love in these feelings. Jingyao, then look into my eyes and tell me that you love me. Hua Jingyao looked into her eyes. He really couldn't say the words I love you. He knew very well that there was no love between the two of them. But even so, Hua Jingyao's guilt couldn't be erased for a while. He defined himself as Qi Shiwei's boyfriend. In life, he would do his best to take care of her in all aspects. Qi Shiwei knew how he felt, so she didn't stop him from reducing his guilt. However, when Hua Jingyao asked her to go home and meet his parents after graduation, Hua Jingyao's heart sank. Qi Shiwei was shocked. Not only did Hua Jingyao not love her, but she also didn't love Hua Jingyao. She couldn't let Hua Jingyao take her home. They both knew that their feelings for each other were not yet lovers, but more than friendship. But it was far from the point where they could spend the rest of their lives together. So Qi Shiwei ran away. She left a letter for Hua Jingyao and left. She told Hua Jingyao that if he really wanted her well, he shouldn't look for her or contact her again. It was the best outcome for them to be happy with each other. This was her request. Although Hua Jingyao didn't agree with Qi Shiwei's choice, he really did as she wished and didn't contact her again. If this was what she wanted, then he was willing to fulfill her wish. In a flash, nearly 8 years had passed. He didn't expect that the two of them would meet again. Actually, you don't need to remember. Qi Shiwei's words made Hua Jingyao retract his thoughts. Other than her pale face, the Qi Shiwei in front of him looked no different from 8 years ago. I think that's good. After all, that means we're even. How could they be even? What he did for her was just a small favor. But what she did for him was to save his life. Hua Jingyao didn't want to argue with her. If you want to say that, then I owe you again this time. Jingyao, you really don't think that way. As Qi Shiwei spoke, she yawned, her face full of sleepiness. Ever since I got pregnant, I've become very sleepy, and I'm not in good spirits. I really don't have the ability to finish that case. In addition, I just happened to return to the country, so I wanted you to do it. I know your dream. I know you want to take Tianyu Group to the next level. It's still my fault that something like that happened in the middle. So, You really don't have to say anything else. Hua Jingyao didn't say another word of thanks. He just looked at Qi Shiwei with a guilty, grateful and pitiful expression. How's your body? Why do I feel like you're in a particularly bad state? No, it's just a little easier to get sleepy than ordinary people. You said last time that you broke up with your husband. Does he know that you're pregnant? If he knows, why didn't he take care of you? Since we've broken up, there's no need for him to take care of me. This was the second time she had used the word breakup instead of divorce. Hua Jingyao thought about the difference between the words breakup and divorce. Even if we broke up, you're pregnant now. No matter what, he should take care of you. Don't come. Qi Shiwei's expression was indifferent. When she mentioned that person, there was a flash of disgust in her expression. If he doesn't come, I'll be a little more at ease. If he comes, I'm afraid I'll be even more uncomfortable. Shiwei, that person doesn't treat you well. Can we not talk about him? Qi Shiwei changed the topic. I've already asked the lawyer, because this case involves a huge amount of money. In addition, this case also involves a foreign company. I believe that your cousin and Su Peijian will definitely get a heavier sentence. When the time comes, you can talk to the lawyer and definitely make them stay in prison for a little longer. Shiwei, don't worry about these things. Anyway, I really want to thank you this time. Jingyao, look at you. You're still so polite to me. Am I not your friend in your heart? Of course. Since we're friends, there's no need to talk about those things. As Qi Shiwei spoke, she yawned again. I'm sorry. I might not be able to entertain you anymore. I seem to be sleepy again. I need to sleep for a while. Okay. You go and rest first. Hua Jingyao stood up and planned to leave. Since they were friends, there was no need to keep saying those words of gratitude. It was fine to keep them in mind. I know there are some things you don't want to tell me, but if there's anything you need help with, you must ask. Don't worry. I will. Qi Shiwei stood up, but her head was dizzy. She fell to the side as if she had lost all her strength. Hua Jingyao quickly held her up. Shiwei, are you okay? I'm fine. Qi Shiwei shook her head. She didn't tell Hua Jingyao that her condition wasn't very good. She had worked too hard for her to conceive this child. Her physical condition actually didn't allow her to conceive this child at all. However, she still insisted on doing it. Now, she had tasted the bitter fruit, and she couldn't tell anyone about the process. I'll send you back to your room to rest. Okay, sorry to trouble you. As Qi Shiwei spoke, her face looked even paler. Hua Jingyao wanted to ask, but he knew that Qi Shiwei wouldn't tell the truth. He decided to ask Yang Wenchang to investigate later. If possible, he was willing to do his best to help Qi Shiwei. Su Qingsang was prepared by Hua Jingyao. She knew that Xiang Kaiping might come to look for her. Therefore, when Xiang Kaiping appeared in front of her, she wasn't surprised at all. Auntie, Xiang Kaiping looked at Su Qingsang with a complicated expression. Ever since she fell out with Su Peijian last time, she forced herself to stop caring about Su Peijian and not care about anything about Su Peijian. After that, Su Peijian seemed to have disappeared. She went to the company, and her old subordinate told her that Su Peijian hadn't been there for a long time. She knew that with Su Peijian's pride, she would definitely not have anything to do with her after falling out with her. She wanted to call Su Peijian, but she didn't want to put down her pride first. She thought that she had given Su Peijian the same amount of sincerity as Su Qingsang. However, Su Peijian didn't appreciate it. She still wanted to return to the Su family and return to Li Qinshue's side. Who was Li Qinshu? She was the culprit who stole her man and caused her to be lonely for half her life. She couldn't forgive Li Qinshu, and she couldn't accept that her daughter wanted to be with Li Qinshu. She forced herself to harden her heart and not contact Su Peijian again. Even if she really couldn't bear it, she had to wait for Su Peijian to lower her head and admit her mistake. However, Xiang Kaiping didn't wait for Su Peijian to lower her head or come back to admit her mistake. She waited for the police. When she found out that Su Peijian was arrested for stealing trade secrets, and that the trade secrets Su Peijian stole were related to the Tianyu group, she could roughly guess that Su Peijian must have done something to Su Qingsang. Moreover, she must have done something very serious, something that could even be said to have seriously hurt Su Qingsang. with the little kindness that Hu Jiniao and Su Qingsang had for her. Even if Su Peijian really did something, if it was only a small matter, they believed that Su Qingsang would definitely not hold it against her. Since she was arrested, it could only mean that it was a very serious matter. She could guess all these things, so at first she didn't think of looking for Su Qingsang. Instead, she first found a lawyer. However, after she asked the lawyer about Su Peijian's possible outcome, she finally couldn't help but look for Su Qingsang after struggling at home for 2 days. "Auntie." Su Qingsang looked at the time. There was still about 10 minutes before she got off work. "Wait for me. I'll pack my things." It's okay. I'll wait for you." Chapter 607. The restaurant was decorated in a southern style and was very unique. Su Qingsang and Xiang Kaiping sat facing each other by the window. The waiter brought the menu over. Su Qingsang asked Xiang Kaiping to order, but she was not in the mood. She waved her hand and pushed the menu back to Su Qingsang. Su Qingsang did not refuse. She ordered a few dishes, all of which were Xiang Kaiping's favorites. She had unintentionally revealed these feelings when she was in Lin City. Su Qingsang still remembered it. Xiang Kaiping sat there without moving. The words she wanted to say were stuck in her throat because of Su Qingsang's actions. "How have you been recently? Previously you went to see City. I only heard about the earthquake later, and I was very worried about you. I tried calling you, but I couldn't get through. After that, I went to your hospital and heard that you were fine." After sitting for a while, Xiang Kaiping finally spoke. Her words were full of concern for Su Qingsang. Yes, there was an earthquake and I almost died. In fact, if it weren't for Zhang Yichen, she would have died a long time ago. Now that everything was fine, she could laugh about the experience of that day. Xiang Kaiping knew that the place was unusual. She heard that hundreds of people died this time. Thousands of people were heavily injured. "It's good that you're fine now. It's good that you're fine." "Yeah, as long as you're fine." Silence. Su Qingsang felt a little sad. She knew what Xiang Kaiping was here for, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Xiang Kaiping wanted to say something but hesitated. Finally, when the waiter started to serve the dishes, she didn't say what she wanted to say. Neither of them ate comfortably during the meal. By the time most of the dishes on the table were gone, Su Qingsang put down her chopsticks, feeling a little too full. Xiang Kaiping still didn't say what she wanted to say. "Auntie, if there's nothing else, I'll take you home. It's getting late." "Ah, let's go home. If we don't go back, it's going to be late. At that time, Auntie Zhao might worry about you." "Oh, all right." Xiang Kaiping nodded and followed Su Qingsang into her car. As the night grew darker, Su Qingsang felt Xiang Kaiping's gaze on her. "Auntie, is your waist better? Has it been hurting lately?" No. Su Qingsang gave Xiang Kaiping a physical therapy device. Xiang Kaiping insisted on using it. Recently, she really didn't feel any pain anymore. Thinking of this, her expression became complicated. "That's good." There was another period of silence. Because of Su Qingsang's concern, Xiang Kaiping couldn't bring herself to say the rest of her words. The criminal was Su Peijian. If the police could lock her up, it might be because she had really done something wrong. If that was the case, what was the point of looking for Su Qingsang? Su Qingsang's car stopped in front of the villa. Xiang Kaiping looked at Su Qingsang and got out of the car without saying a word. Su Qingsang turned the car around, intending to leave just like that. Seeing that Xiang Kaiping was still standing there, staring at her car without moving, Xiang Kaiping's heart was moved. "Auntie." Su Qingsang poked her head out. Xiang Kaiping took a step forward. "Auntie, you're alone here. If there's anything, you can look for me. If you have any difficulties, you can also go to Jiniao." She actually knew that Hu Jiniao didn't intend to let Su Peijian off this time, so this could only be an excuse. If I can't solve it, I believe he should be able to. Hu Jiniao could solve it, but the key was that Hu Jiniao wouldn't help Xiang Kaiping solve it. After saying that, Su Qingsang couldn't bear it anymore. She nodded at Xiang Kaiping, started the car and left. Xiang Kaiping was a smart person. She understood Su Qingsang's meaning almost instantly. She knew why Su Qingsang had looked for her today, and understood what she wanted to say. But there was nothing she could do. Xiang Kaiping stood there. Summer had arrived. The wind was not cold, but she felt waves of coldness. This time, was she really going to watch Su Peijian go to jail? When Su Qingsang returned home, she was still in a bad mood. Thinking of Xiang Kaiping, she couldn't bear it. What did Xiang Kaiping do wrong? This tragedy was not caused by her. But Xiang Kaiping was the one who had to bear the final bitter consequences. When she entered the door, Auntie Yu had already cleaned up the house and left. Hua Jingyao had also returned, and was on the phone in the living room. Seeing her enter the door, he said a few words and hung up the phone. Su Qingsang changed her shoes and walked to Hua Jinyao's side to sit down. He put his phone aside and looked at her face. Have you eaten? Are you too tired? You don't look too good. Su Qingsang shook her head and reached out to hug Hua Jinyao. But the moment her body touched Hua Jinyao, her whole body suddenly froze. Wife! Su Qingsang didn't move, but the tip of her nose twitched. It smelled a bit like perfume. She seemed to have smelled it before. She remembered that night when Hua Jinyao came home. She had smelled the same smell on him. At that time, the smell was too faint. So faint that Su Qingsang almost ignored it. But this time, she was sensitive enough to smell it. It was clearer than last time. If she guessed correctly, it should be the perfume on a woman's body. Qingsang. Hua Jinyao called her again. Su Qingsang sat up straight, and her eyes fell on Hua Jinyao's face. She tried to read his face for some sign of guilt, or some other good emotion. But she found nothing. You. What's wrong with you? Hua Jinyao looked at her expression, and reached out to cover Su Qingsang's forehead. Are you really not feeling well? Do you want to see a doctor? No need. Su Qingsang subconsciously avoided Hua Jinyao's hand, and sat back a little. She scratched her head, and finally decided to believe Hua Jinyao. Do you have any social engagements today? Su Qingsang actually knew that Hua Jinyao usually had a lot of social engagements. However, because he found that she didn't seem to like that kind of environment and occasion, he consciously reduced it. But when she didn't know, the places that Hua Jinyao went to were often not very simple. Not to mention, the charm of night that Hua Jinyao went to was a typical example. Not to mention that he had Cheng Xianyun, Wan Xianying, and the others by his side. If it was because the other party had a social engagement and accidentally touched it, Su Qingsang could understand. Not today. As Hua Jinyao spoke, he pulled her back into his arms and looked at her face. If I had a social engagement, how could I go home so early? No social engagement. Su Qingsang couldn't help but look at him again. Then there's nothing special? There's one thing. Hua Jinyao remembered that Su Qingsang was an obstetrician. When he came back, he wanted to ask Su Qingsang about this. What? A woman will become very emotional because of pregnancy, and then it's easy to get sleepy. Is there a problem with this? Su Qingsang blinked. She didn't expect Hua Jinyao to ask her such a question. Or because she's pregnant, she often wants to sleep, and her body is even weak, as if she will faint at any time? Hua Jinyao looked at her intently, as if he was seriously asking for advice. Su Qingsang's lips moved, but in the end, she still spoke. When a woman is pregnant, her hormone secretion will be out of balance. Then at this time, the pregnant woman will have some changes. As you said just now, her emotions fluctuate greatly, and it's easy for her to get sleepy. These are all normal. Is it normal for her to want to sleep so easily? Normally speaking, she will indeed be drowsy and weak. This is normal. Is that so? According to Su Qingsang's words, Qi Shiwei's condition was normal, but her face clearly looked so pale, right? Hua Jinyao wanted to ask more. But Su Qingsang looked at him and asked tentatively, Is there anyone around you who is pregnant? Yes, there's one. Hua Jinyao nodded and briefly explained Qi Shiwei's symptoms. She seems to have been like this recently, so I'm asking you. Su Qingsang bit her lip and nodded gently. She already understood. Hua Jinyao should have gone to see the pregnant woman today. Since she was a pregnant woman, it meant that she had a family, so it was unlikely that she had anything to do with Hua Jinyao. She seems to be very different. I didn't talk to her for long, but she said that she was sleepy, then said that she wanted to sleep. But when she stood up, she couldn't stand steadily. I think maybe one day, I'll introduce you to her, and you can help her check. Okay. Su Qingseng didn't object, but she roughly knew why Hu Jiniao smelled of perfume. Is this pregnant lady your friend? She's my classmate. Hu Jiniao didn't hide anything. My classmate when I was studying abroad. I've rarely seen a situation like hers. How about this? Let her come to our hospital, and I'll give her a detailed examination. Okay. Hu Jiniao nodded, and thought of Qi Shiwei's pale face. When he thought of the favor he owed Qi Shiwei, his expression became a little more worried. Su Qingseng looked at him, and suddenly held his face, looking into his eyes. Hu Jiniao, this female classmate of yours, could she be your former girlfriend or your secret admirer? Hu Jiniao was stunned. When he met Su Qingseng's overly serious gaze, he suddenly smiled. He wrapped his big hand around her waist, and pulled her into his arms. Are you jealous? Su Qingseng blinked. I'm just asking. You just have to tell me yes or no. What if I say yes? There was a faint smile in his eyes. What if I say she's my ex-girlfriend? What will you do? I don't know. It depends on you. On me? Yes. Su Qingseng nodded, and raised her hand to poke Hu Jiniao's chest. Her voice was very soft, and her expression looked very calm. However, the voice that came out of her mouth was full of threat. If you don't have feelings for her anymore, and only care about her based on your friendship as a classmate, then I'll naturally give her a good examination, and help her protect the baby. What if it's not? If you're already married, and you still can't forget another woman, then I'll have to be more ruthless. More ruthless? How so? Hu Jiniao's hand slightly exerted force, bringing her body closer to him. That's hard to say. For example, a single mistake could result in one corpse and 2 lives. Who knows? As Su Qingseng spoke, there was already a faint smile in her eyes. Hu Jiniao knew her character. She could treat those who had made things difficult for her with a smile. Now that she said such ruthless words, not only did it not make people think that she was ruthless, but Hu Jiniao felt that Su Qingseng was a little cute. Yes. So ruthless. 1 corpse and 2 lives. I'm so scared. Yes. You're scared, aren't you? Su Qingseng reached out, and gently pinched Hu Jiniao's cheek. So don't mess around outside. After all, you have a wife who is a doctor. Do you understand? I understand. Hu Jiniao liked that she was like this. He hadn't seen it for a long time. Hu Jiniao held her hand and kissed it gently. His voice was especially gentle. Don't worry. There aren't many women who I'm interested in messing around with. It's enough to satisfy you. I won't think about another one. This person was not serious at all. Su Qingseng raised her hand, and hit him on the shoulder. That's enough. What nonsense are you talking about? What did he mean by it was enough to deal with her? He made it sound like she was a girl who needed money. That was really enough. Isn't it? As Hu Jiniao spoke, he pressed her down on the sofa. His hands were on both sides of her shoulders. Or do you think I haven't satisfied you? If that's the case, then I have to prove it to you. He lowered his head and gently kissed her lips. Bit by bit, he deepened the kiss. Su Qingseng was dizzy from his kiss. She directly forgot what she wanted to say, and her original feelings. It wasn't until her clothes were pulled off by Hu Jiniao that she felt a trace of coldness from the air conditioner. She suddenly pushed Hu Jiniao away. Wife! Hu Jiniao was in the midst of his excitement. He was suddenly pushed away, and almost fell off the sofa. This made him look at Su Qingseng with a bit of sadness. Hu Jiniao. Su Qingseng sat up, and looked at the obvious dissatisfaction on his face. She quickly said, Auntie came to me today. Hu Jiniao blinked his eyes, and the desire on his face faded a little. She begged you? You agreed? Su Qingseng shook her head quickly, and the expression on her face was still unbearable. She didn't say anything. We had a meal together. She never mentioned Su Peijian. After that I sent her home. If Xiang Kaiping had really mentioned it, she would have felt a little more comfortable and better. However, Xiang Kaiping didn't mention it. Su Qingseng understood the meaning behind it, and so did Hu Jiniao. Hu Jiniao turned over and sat down beside her. He tore off his tie and tossed it aside. He had long wrapped his arms around Su Qingsang's waist again and let her sit on his lap. Don't blame yourself. Don't feel guilty. This has nothing to do with you. I know. Su Qingsang nodded. She leaned against Hua Jinyao's chest and rubbed her face against it. I understand. I don't want to sympathize with Su Peijian. I just feel sorry for Auntie. Chapter 608. Speaking of Xiang Kaiping. Even Hua Jinyao could only remain silent. He wouldn't be merciful to Su Peijian, but he had to admit that what they had done was unfair to Xiang Kaiping. All right. If you really care about her, you can go and chat with her when you're free in the future. Su Qingsang didn't say anything. It seemed that this was the only way. As for Su Peijian, you don't have to worry about it. Even if Xiang Kaiping really begged him, he would not change his mind. People like Su Peijian needed to be taught a lesson. When he thought of what Su Peijian had done to Su Qingsang, he didn't want to forgive Su Peijian at all. Su Peijian was definitely going to jail this time. Because of Qi Shiwei's influence, the Keifu Corporation did not intend to mediate in private with Hu Yifan and Su Peijian's request. He insisted on suing Hu Yifan and Su Peijian. Since the evidence against Su Peijian and Hu Yifan was irrefutable, the public prosecutor's office decided to hold the trial on Saturday. At that time, there would be a verdict on Hu Yifan and Su Peijian. Until then, the two of them were still imprisoned and had no freedom. With Hua Jinyao's help, the public prosecution hired a very good lawyer. With him around, Hua Yifan and Su Peijian would not be able to easily escape from prison. Hua Jinyao, who could have helped Hua Yifan, didn't want to help Hua Yifan at all. Whether it was Hua Mingguang who came to plead for leniency, or Old Master Hua, who came to speak, Hua Jinyao did not respond, nor did he intend to respond. He was determined to send Hua Yifan to prison. Hua Mingguang was very dissatisfied with Hua Jinyao's attitude. Even Old Master Hua had some complaints about Hua Jinyao. However, everyone knew that Hua Jinyao had made up his mind. He wouldn't change his mind. Moreover, it was too late even if Hua Jinyao wanted to minimize the impact of the matter. In the blink of an eye, there were only 2 days left before the trial. One day, before he got off work, Hua Jinyao saw a figure in his office that was almost impossible to see. Hua Jinyao looked at Lu Tongjia, who was in front of him. After the first 2 seconds, he recovered his composure. However, he didn't relax too much. There was a hint of wariness in his expression, as he didn't quite understand why she had come looking for him. Lu Tongjia didn't miss the flash of wariness in Hua Jinyao's eyes. She felt a chill run down her spine. His son was in front of her, but he was looking at her with that kind of gaze. She had really failed. Jinyao. What's up? Hearing Lu Tongjia call his name so gently, Hua Jinyao was a little surprised. After a moment of surprise, the wariness in his eyes deepened. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Lu Tongjia's face. He didn't want to miss any expression on her face. Lu Tongjia noticed the change in Hua Jinyao's expression, which made her suddenly choke on what she was going to say. Jinyao, the day after tomorrow, Yifan's case will be heard, right? Hua Jinyao relaxed a lot when he heard Hua Yifan's name. So that was how it was. He leaned back in his chair and raised his eyebrows. Mom, you're not here to plead for Hua Yifan, are you? The look on Lu Tongjia's face didn't look too good. In fact, she didn't come to see Hua Jinyao because of Hua Yifan. Hua Jinyao didn't remember, but she did. Tomorrow, the day before the court hearing, was actually Hua Jinyao's birthday. She wanted Hua Jinyao to come home and have dinner with her. In fact, Old Master Hua had the same idea. However, Old Master Hua was still angry. For Old Master Hua, no matter what kind of ambition Hua Yifan had in the past, or what he had done wrong, it was enough to just make a scene at home. But Hua Jinyao wanted to make it big. Now, everyone knew that Tianyu Group had a vice president who not only betrayed them, but also stole other people's business secrets. Everyone knew that the Hua family had such a person. Even Hua Mingguang and Hua Mingliang were embarrassed, not to mention Old Master Hua. Therefore, Old Master Hua also knew that Hua Jinyao's birthday was coming, but he didn't say anything. He was still angry at Hua Jinyao. In the past, when Lu Tongjia was dissatisfied with Hua Jinyao, Old Master Hua would still stand on Hua Jinyao's side. This time, Old Master Hua didn't stand on Hua Jinyao's side. Lu Tongjia was a little upset. This was her son. But now he was almost deserted by everyone. She wanted to ease the relationship between Hu Jinniao and Old Master Hua. That was why she wanted to find Hu Jinniao and ask him to come home. She didn't expect that Hu Jinniao would misunderstand as soon as she opened her mouth. I don't want to plead for him. Lu Tongjia knew that Hu Jinniao didn't like Hu Yifan. Hu Yifan and Hua Yang had indeed not done much in the past few years. However, she didn't think it was serious enough to put them in jail. I just don't think he really did anything to hurt you. Why do you have to bite on him like this? Hu Jinniao almost laughed when he heard this. He really didn't do anything to hurt me. He just made things difficult for me in the company. He tried his best to steal my credit, and tried his best to oust me from the position of CEO. Lu Tongjia was speechless when she heard this. The atmosphere in the office dropped to a freezing point again. Hu Jinniao couldn't be bothered to argue with the Hua family on this issue. Speaking of which, his crime is not unjust at all. That proposal was mine to begin with. He didn't even ask, and directly took it to his father and grandfather to claim credit. He used this opportunity to re-enter the Tianyu group. Now you're all pleading for him one by one. Why don't you think about how righteous he was when he stole someone else's plan? Lu Tongjia looked at Hu Jinniao and wanted to say that she didn't really care about Hu Yifan's ending. However, Hu Jinniao didn't give her a chance. Mom, if you're okay, I have to continue working. This was a silent order for her to leave. Lu Tongjia's expression changed a few times. She was in no hurry to stand up and sat still. Hu Jinniao ignored her. He had already made up his mind that no matter who pleaded for him, he would definitely make Hu Yifan pay. Seriously speaking, he was a little innocent. Su Peijian was the one who gave him the plan, and he just took it and used it. However, this was Hu Yifan's biggest mistake. How dare he take something that didn't even ask about its origin and present it as a treasure? Stupid. Hu Jinniao signed the documents in his hand. He still had other work to do. Recently he had a big merger to go through. He was so busy that he didn't have time to wonder why Lu Tongjia was sitting there. Lu Tongjia felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. She looked at Hu Jinniao. This was the first time she had seen Hu Jinniao deal with work. She remembered that Hu Jinniao was this serious when he was in school. Although he wasn't like Hu Jinkai, who had been responsible for the family since he was a child, he still had expectations of himself. As a descendant of the Hua family, he was very careful to protect the Hua family's reputation. She remembered that his grades had never dropped out of the top 3 in his grade. He often even took first place. She also remembered that once he was addicted to a video game and didn't pay much attention to his studies. At that time she didn't blame him. After all, he always knew what he wanted. Sure enough, after a few days, he lost interest after passing all the checkpoints. She seemed to have seen him play games after that, but she rarely saw him addicted to them. Hu Jinniao would never care about his surroundings when he was immersed in work. When he finished reading the plan in his hand and wrote down his opinions, he found that Lu Tongjia was still sitting there. Hu Jinniao's lips curved into a mocking smile, and he put down the pen. Mom, is there anything else? Lu Tongjia came back to her senses because of Hu Jinniao's words. She realized that she had been sitting there for nearly an hour. She gripped the strap of her bag tightly and looked at Hu Jinniao. Tomorrow is your birthday. Your grandfather wants you to go home for dinner. His birthday? Hu Jinniao seemed to have just remembered it. He narrowed his eyes and thought of something. It's my birthday? Is it because it's my birthday and Grandpa wants me to go home? Or is it because he wants to try again tomorrow to make me change my mind and let Hu Yifan go? Hu Jinniao. Lu Tongjia finally felt a little angry. What do you think your family is? It's your birthday. Grandpa cares about you and wants you to go home for dinner. What's wrong with that? It's nothing. I just want to confirm with you. After all, it seems that you don't want to see me now. I haven't celebrated my birthday for so many years anyway. It's the same this year, but it's fine. Speaking of which, Lu Tongjia hadn't been very concerned about him since that incident when he was 12. In the past 10 years, she hadn't specially celebrated his birthday. Every year on his birthday, his grandfather would ask Auntie Wang to cook a bowl of longevity noodles for him. As for Hua Mingguang and Lu Tongjia, in their hearts, they didn't even think about when it was his birthday. Instead, his childhood friends would get together with him every year to celebrate his birthday. Lu Tongjia felt as if her heart had been gently stabbed by something, because of his words. After so many years, she admitted that she had neglected Hu Jiniao. She had always thought that Hu Jiniao didn't care. Because of Lu Tongjia's expression, Hu Jiniao was more and more certain that they wanted him to go home, just to make him change his mind, and save Hu Yifan. His expression didn't look good. At that moment the internal line rang. President Hua, you have a meeting with President N of the N Group in 5 minutes. President N is already here. Ask him to wait in the conference room. I'll be there right away. Hu Jiniao hung up the internal line, and stood up. Looking at Lu Tongjia, who was still sitting there, his expression was very calm. Please tell Grandpa that I have a lot of things to do recently, and I'm very busy. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. If I don't have time, I won't go back. He put aside the documents on the table, picked up one of them and walked out. When he passed by Lu Tongjia, he said in a very low voice, If you don't really want to celebrate my birthday, don't pretend to be like that. You don't want to see me, so why force yourself? I'm tired for you. Ever since Lu Tongjia drugged Zhang Yichen, Hu Jiniao was no longer willing to maintain a superficial peace with Lu Tongjia. She clearly didn't like him, and she clearly hated him, but she still came to see him for another person. This made Hu Jiniao even more disgusted. Perhaps Lu Tongjia preferred Hu Yifan to be her son. Who knew? Lu Tongjia was hurt by Hu Jiniao. She covered her heart, unable to recover from the bursts of heartache for a long time. She suddenly thought of what Hu Jiniao said that night. He said, After so many years, do you wish that I was the one who died back then? He also said, Actually, I'm not lying to you. I also wish that I was the one who died back then. That night, she dreamed of Hu Jiniao constantly questioning her with these 2 sentences. Now it was even more so. Again and again it kept echoing in her mind. Lu Tongjia's body softened in the chair, and her whole heart ached as if it had been pierced by a needle. When Hu Jiniao entered the house, he smelled the aroma of food in the air. Hearing him come in, Su Qingsang poked her head out of the kitchen and said, You're back? Wash your hands, and dinner will be ready soon. Hu Jiniao put down the car key, took off his shoes and entered the house. He found that it was Su Qingsang who was cooking. Why are you cooking? Where's Auntie Yu? I gave Auntie Yu the day off. Su Qingsang scooped up the dishes and put them on the cooking table. Okay, go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Why did you suddenly think of cooking? Hu Jiniao wrapped his arms around her waist and found that a thin layer of sweat had appeared on her forehead. When Hu Jiniao went out this morning, Su Qingsang told him to go home early. He knew what day it was, but he pretended not to know. What do you think? Su Qingsang kept him in suspense. She patted his arm and told him to let go. She gestured for him to wash his hands quickly. She picked up the dish and walked out. Hu Jiniao washed his hands and came out. He glanced at the table and saw 6 dishes, and a soup in the middle. It was a little too much for the 2 of them. Steamed base, braised pork ribs, beer duck, crab meat. Hu Jiniao looked at Su Qingsang with admiration in his eyes. Not bad. It looks very good. Su Qingsang filled a bowl of soup for Hu Jiniao and put it in front of him. Wrong. Not only does it look good, but it also tastes quite good. Hu Jiniao looked at the soup in his hand. Is this caterpillar fungus? Yes. Su Qingsang nodded. It's authentic caterpillar fungus. I asked Auntie Yu to buy a free-range chicken. It was stewed in the afternoon. Try it. Hu Jiniao took a sip and nodded. Yes, it's very good. Not bad, right? I only put 2 pieces of ginger to enhance the taste. I didn't put any MSG. Su Qingsang looked at Hu Jiniao as if she was asking for credit. How is it? My cooking is good, right? Yes. Not bad. But it's just the 2 of us. Isn't it a waste to have so many dishes? It's not a waste. Today is a special day. Su Qingsang smiled. Hu Jiniao finished the soup and looked at her with a smile. What day is special? What do you think? Su Qingsang smiled and filled a bowl of soup for herself. Seeing that Hu Jiniao's bowl was empty, she took it and filled it for him. I'll do it myself. No need. You're the oldest today, so I'll do it. Su Qingsang smiled and placed the bowl in front of him. Birthday boy. Happy birthday. Hua Jingyao smiled. I thought you didn't know. I didn't know before. Su Qingsang blinked. Speaking of which, they had just gotten married on Hua Jingyao's birthday last year. At that time, Su Qingsang only wanted to find a man to spend the rest of her life with, so she didn't care about Hua Jingyao's birthday or their wedding anniversary at all. She didn't expect that one day she would have such deep feelings for Hua Jingyao. With feelings, she would put her heart into it. She would use her heart to understand everything about this man, whether it was his preferences or his mood. When the two of them came back from Rong City that day, Su Qingsang saw Hua Jingyao's birthday and remembered it immediately. Today, she got off work more than an hour early just to prepare these dishes. But things are different now. I almost died on our wedding anniversary and didn't have a good time to celebrate it. On the one hand, we can celebrate our first wedding anniversary, and on the other hand, we can celebrate your birthday. After listening to her, Hua Jingyao suddenly leaned over and kissed the corner of her lips. Thank you, honey. Su Qingsang smiled. Just as she was about to speak, the doorbell rang. She was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding who would come at this time. She glanced at Hua Jingyao and opened the door first. Su Qingsang was stunned by the person standing outside the door. She was stunned for a few seconds before she remembered to call someone. Auntie. Why was she here? Lu Tongjia stood at the door, holding a big box in her hand. It looked like a birthday cake or something. She seemed a little uncomfortable. When she saw that the person who opened the door was Su Qingsang, the uneasiness on her face became more obvious. Is Hua Jingyao here? Yes. Su Qingsang glanced at the cake box in Lu Tongjia's hand and thought to herself that it couldn't be what she thought. She took a step back and looked in the direction of the dining room. Jingyao, your mother is here. Auntie, come in. As she spoke, Su Qingsang took a step back and gestured for Lu Tongjia to come in. Hua Jingyao came out at the same time as Lu Tongjia. The mother and son's eyes met. Hua Jingyao was stunned for a moment. Mom? Lu Tongjia stood there awkwardly. In fact, she asked Hua Jingyao to go home yesterday, but he refused. She didn't sleep well last night and tossed and turned for a long time. Today, she also struggled for a long time. But finally, she decided to come over. When she passed by the cake shop, she remembered that she hadn't celebrated Hua Jingyao's birthday since he was 12 years old. She began to feel guilty again. Without thinking, she bought a cake and came over. After she arrived, she realized that her actions were a little abrupt. The three of them stood together in the living room like three pillars. Lu Tongjia should have wished Hua Jingyao a happy birthday. However, after so many years, she felt strange that she hadn't celebrated his birthday for him. Hua Jingyao saw the box in her hand. He frowned slightly and stood there without saying anything. Jingyao. Su Qingsang looked at Hua Jingyao and then at Lu Tongjia. After finding that neither of them wanted to say anything, she could only break the silence. Auntie, have you eaten? No. Lu Tongjia responded to Su Qingsang with a rare gentle attitude. She hadn't eaten. She had wanted to go back to the old house after delivering the cake. Su Qingsang was a little flattered by his attitude. Since you haven't eaten, let's eat together. Ha! Lu Tongjia was stunned by Su Qingsang's words. It seemed that she didn't expect such a suggestion. I'm the one who made the food. If you don't mind, let's eat together. Okay. Lu Tongjia followed Su Qingsang into the dining room. When Su Qingsang passed by Hua Jingyao, she glanced at him and signaled him to follow her. Hua Jingyao didn't move. In the end, he followed the two of them into the dining room. There was no one else in the room. Lu Tongjia glanced at the table. They were all very home-cooked dishes. She couldn't help but look at Hua Jingyao again. Did he usually eat like this? Auntie, you can put this down first. Su Qingsang pointed at the box in Lu Tongjia's hand. The dining table was very big, and there was room for it. Lu Tongjia came to her senses and felt uncomfortable again. She put down the cake box. Su Qingsang went inside and brought out a set of bowls and chopsticks for her. She served Lu Tongjia a bowl of soup first. Auntie, have a bowl of soup first. It's good for your stomach. Thank you. Su Qingsang was shocked by his words of gratitude. Who was Lu Tongjia? In Su Qingsang's impression, she had always been high and mighty. Now she was saying thank you to her? Su Qingsang was so shocked that she almost fell to the ground. She couldn't help but look at Hu Jinniao. Hu Jinniao was very calm. He held the bowl of rice and ate it by himself. Su Qingsang couldn't figure out what Lu Tongjia was thinking. After sitting down, she couldn't help but kick Hu Jinniao. When Hu Jinniao raised his head, she silently gave him a look and asked him what Lu Tongjia meant. Hu Jinniao also gave Su Qingsang a look, indicating that she didn't need to care about Lu Tongjia. How could she not care? No matter what, she was still her mother-in-law, wasn't she? She came over to celebrate your birthday with good intentions. Were you going to give her a cold face? How did you know that the inspector was doing it out of good intentions? Maybe he had ulterior motives? She was your mother. Was she? She was my mother. And she was also someone else's aunt. Su Qingsang gave up making eye contact with Hu Jinniao. She found that Lu Tongjia had been looking at them and smiled awkwardly. Auntie, do you want me to get you some rice? No. Lu Tongjia shook her head. I can do it myself. After she refused, the atmosphere became awkward again. Su Qingsang ate quietly, and so did Hu Jinniao. Lu Tongjia was a little uncomfortable, but she forced herself to ignore it. After tasting the dishes on the table, she glanced at Su Qingsang and asked, Did you make all these dishes? Yes. Su Qingsang nodded. She felt a little flattered by Lu Tongjia's words. I'm not good at cooking. I'm sorry, Auntie. Before Lu Tongjia said anything, Hu Jinniao spoke first. He had already finished one bowl of rice and was about to add a second bowl. Because of Lu Tongjia's question, he glanced at her. If you don't like it, you can go back to the Hu family and ask Aunt Wang and Aunt Zhou to cook for you. You don't have to find fault with it. I didn't cook for you anyway. His words were so rude that Su Qingsang couldn't help but want to kick Hu Jinniao. That's the truth. Hu Jinniao didn't think he was wrong. Lu Tongjia came uninvited. He didn't invite her. Chapter 609. The atmosphere was so awkward that Su Qingsang couldn't help but kick Hu Jinniao under the table. She turned to look at Lu Tongjia, her voice much gentler than Hu Jinniao's. Auntie, ignore him. My cooking is just average. Just make do with it for today. She naturally knew how good Auntie Zhou and Auntie Wang's cooking was. She really couldn't compare with them. Lu Tongjia looked at Su Qingsang and suddenly seemed to understand why her son liked her. She picked up the bowl and ate the rice in it. Her eyes were inexplicably dry. The moment she lowered her head to eat, Su Qingsang glared at Hu Jinniao. Hu Jinniao was still expressionless. He ate as fast as he could and stood up. I'm full. Eat slowly. You don't have to wash the dishes. Auntie, you will come to clean them tomorrow. I know. Go sit in the living room for a while. I have a gift for you later. Really? A smile finally appeared on Hu Jinniao's face. I thought my birthday present was this table full of dishes. This is one of the gifts. Su Qingsang had a faint smile on her face. Don't you like it? I like it very much. Hu Jinniao leaned over and kissed Su Qingsang's cheek. I like my wife's cooking no matter what. He only knew how to coax her. Su Qingsang glared at him. She turned around and found that Lu Tongjia had been looking at them. She suddenly blushed. Hu Jinniao also noticed Lu Tongjia's gaze. But to him, it was as if he didn't see it. After Hu Jinniao left, Lu Tongjia couldn't eat anymore. She still held the bowl in her hand and sat there, but her whole body was very stiff. Su Qingsang looked at her and felt a little sorry for her. Hu Jinniao didn't say it, but his attitude showed everything. He might have thought that Lu Tongjia came to plead for Hu Yifan, but Su Qingsang instinctively believed that was not the case. No matter why Lu Tongjia decided to change her attitude towards Hu Jinniao, Su Qingsang was happy to see it happen. After dinner, Su Qingsang asked Lu Tongjia to go out and sit for a while she cleaned up the dishes. Lu Tongjia wanted to say that she was here to help, but she had never done such things before. She could only stand there and watch Su Qingsang clean up the dishes. Auntie, you should go out and rest. Hu Jinniao was also outside. If Lu Tongjia was really there to improve their relationship, this would be a good time to talk to her. Lu Tongjia roughly understood what she meant. She got up and walked outside. In the living room, Hua Jingyao was playing games on Su Qingsang's phone, the upgraded version of Candy Crush. When Su Qingsang was free, she would play a game or two to relax. This round was especially difficult. She couldn't pass it even after a long time. It had been stuck there for days. Hua Jingyao was in a good mood today, so he casually checked for her. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Lu Tongjia coming out. Without saying a word, he started the next round. Lu Tongjia couldn't sit still anymore. She looked at Hua Jingyao and couldn't believe that he was playing games while she was sitting there. This was a very disrespectful way of doing things. Jingyao, where did his etiquette go? Who allowed him to do this in front of his elders? If you want me to stop prosecuting Hu Yifan, you don't have to say anything. Hua Jingyao didn't even raise his head. He didn't even look at Lu Tongjia. Lu Tongjia felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. She looked at Hua Jingyao and was hurt by his words again. She suddenly understood how Hua Jingyao felt before. Was this how he felt every time she targeted Hua Jingyao? There was another moment of silence. Hua Jingyao passed 2 rounds in a row. Seeing that Lu Tongjia was still there, he put his phone aside. Did Grandpa or Dad ask you to come? Or did Uncle and Auntie send you here? Hua Jingyao, what kind of attitude was this? Lu Tongjia almost couldn't help but want to question him. It's been hard on you. You finally remembered that it's your son's birthday for the sake of your nephew. Lu Tongjia was immediately discouraged. Her lips moved, wanting to explain that she didn't remember his birthday because of Hua Yifan. She wanted to explain that she really wanted to celebrate his birthday with him this time. However, looking at Hua Jingyao's mocking expression, she suddenly couldn't say it. If you have nothing else to say, go back. I won't change my mind. Today was his birthday. He only wanted to be with someone he liked, who also liked him, and who was willing to celebrate his birthday sincerely. As for people like Lu Tongjia who had ulterior motives, forget it. Lu Tongjia sat there motionlessly. She suddenly fell into great self-doubt. Her relationship with Hua Jingyao would probably never be repaired. Would it? Her indifference for more than 10 years had finally created an irreparable estrangement between her and Hua Jingyao. Lu Tongjia sat still. Hua Jingyao thought that she didn't want to give up. Although he didn't care anymore, he was more or less uncomfortable. In the eyes of Lu Tongjia and Hua Mingguang, his son was not even as good as Hua Yifan's nephews. He was not even as good as Wei Sihai and Wei Simeng from his aunt's family. He had clearly seen through it, but Hua Jingyao didn't want to tolerate such a biased attitude anymore. He was about to get up to see Su Qingsang. However, Su Qingsang had already cleaned up the kitchen. She was still holding the cake that Lu Tongjia had just bought. Almost as soon as she came out, she felt that the environment in the living room was not right. She glanced at Hua Jingyao, but Hua Jingyao didn't respond. I'm going to take a shower. Wait a minute. I haven't eaten yet. I just ate. I can't eat anymore. Hua Jingyao was quite rude. Su Qingsang actually couldn't eat anymore. However, this cake was brought by Lu Tongjia. No matter what, it was a gift from her. Then we'll eat later. Let's sit for a while. Hua Jingyao didn't sit down as she wanted. I'm going to take a shower. Hua Jingyao. Su Qingsang saw that he really didn't care about anything and walked into the room. She quickly put down the cake, smiled at Lu Tongjia awkwardly, and quickly followed behind Hua Jingyao. Hua Jingyao. Su Qingsang entered the room and stood in front of Hua Jingyao. What are you doing? What are you doing? Hua Jingyao asked. Your mother is here to celebrate your birthday. Really? I don't think so. I think so. She has a purpose. Can't you see it? I can't see it. It wasn't that she didn't see Lu Tongjia's expression at the dining table just now. If she really had another purpose, she wouldn't have that kind of expression. That's your illusion. Hua Jingyao didn't want to quarrel with Su Qingsang because of other people. Stop. I thought you didn't like her? What are you doing now? Are you speaking up for her? I'm not speaking up for her. I just think that maybe she really came to celebrate your birthday. And Hua Jingyao raised his eyebrows and looked disapproving. Even if she really came to celebrate my birthday, so what? Su Qingsang felt that she couldn't communicate with him like this. I'm not thinking about anything. I just think that you obviously want to restore your relationship with your parents. Don't be against each other every time. Why can't you give her and yourself a chance? No matter how careless Hu Jingyao said it, she would never forget it. That time when he was sick, he muttered Mom. She believed that deep down, he wanted to improve his relationship with Lu Tongjia. Since that was the case, why couldn't he try to trust Lu Tongjia for once? Hu Jingyao took a step back because of Su Qingsang's words. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Qingsang. Qingsang, let me tell you, I'm not you. You can forgive Su Qinghui, but that doesn't mean that I have to forgive my mother. Su Qingsang was speechless. In fact, the last time Su Qinghui went to the Li family and blamed her for nothing, she still couldn't get over it. Don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you. She really didn't have the right to ask Hu Jingyao to forgive Lu Tongjia. I gave her a chance. More than once. Because of the guilt and self-blame in his heart, he had made concessions again and again for so many years. It was the same no matter what it was. However, his concession didn't wake Lu Tongjia up. She was still thinking about Hu Yifan. She didn't really want to celebrate his birthday. In that case, why put on an act? He didn't care how Lu Tongjia treated him. But Lu Tongjia shouldn't have hurt Su Qingsang. He couldn't tolerate it. Because of this, he had a deep grudge against Lu Tongjia, and had no intention of improving his relationship with Lu Tongjia. I'm going to take a shower. Su Qingsang stood there, and watched Hu Jingyao go into the bathroom. Her lips moved, but in the end, she walked out helplessly. Lu Tongjia was still sitting there. She looked a little dazed and not in the right state of mind. She seemed to be in a trance. Su Qingsang couldn't bear to see her like this. If Lu Tongjia really came for Hu Yifan, she wouldn't have such a look on her face. But Hu Jingyao wouldn't believe that. Auntie. She sat down opposite Lu Tongjia and said, Jingyao went to take a shower. Let's wait for him to finish his bath before we eat the cake. Lu Tongjia finally came to her senses. She glanced at Su Qingsang and shook her head gently. Forget it. I'm going back. Auntie. Su Qingsang cleared her throat and said, Aren't you going to wait for Jingyao? He takes a shower very quickly. There's no need. Lu Tongjia wasn't a blind person. Hu Jingyao didn't want to see her. If she stayed, Hu Jingyao wouldn't be nice to her. Auntie. It was the first time Su Qingsang had seen Lu Tongjia like this. In the past, she had always been elegant and noble, even a little arrogant. Lu Tongjia didn't say anything. She glanced at Su Qingsang and finally left. Before she left, her eyes fell on the cake, and she was lost in thought for a moment. Speaking of which, she hadn't celebrated a birthday with Hu Jingyao for more than 10 years, and they hadn't had cake together. Lu Tongjia left, and Su Qingsang's mood was inexplicably tight. In fact, what Lu Tongjia did was indeed infuriating. But seeing her like this, Su Qingsang couldn't feel happy. She felt sorry for Lu Tongjia, probably because of the huge contrast between her and Lu Tongjia. When she returned to the room, Hu Jingyao had already taken a shower. Auntie left. Okay. Hu Jingyao didn't care. Su Qingsang stood behind him and looked at his hair, which was still dripping with water. Hu Jingyao, I can see that Auntie really wants to celebrate your birthday with you. Really? Hu Jingyao picked up a towel and casually wiped his hair. So what? He had already given up on Lu Tongjia. He didn't have any hope for her. If she really came to celebrate his birthday with him, why would she leave so easily? To put it bluntly, Su Qingsang was too naive and trusting. If you don't mention her, I'll feel happier today. Su Qingsang was silent. She watched Hu Jingyao dry his hair, then walked to her and stood still. Okay, my dear wife. Now I'm going to enjoy my birthday present. Birthday present. You don't think that you can satisfy me just by cooking a table of dishes for me, do you? What else? Of course you're going to wrap yourself up and give it to me. As Hu Jingyao spoke, he picked Su Qingsang up. Su Qingsang instinctively put her arms around his neck. Wait a minute. I have a present for you. There's no hurry to be polite. I want to eat you more now. Hu Jingyao put Su Qingsang's body on the bed. She suddenly blocked his lips when he was about to kiss her. Wife. Today was his birthday. Didn't she want to satisfy him? I think I just left. He came back to Lin City, so he should know something. And then? In other words, I'm not pregnant. Isn't that good? Give me another chance. Su Qingseng put her arms around his neck. Can we do it again? Hua Jingyao stopped for a moment. His expression was half helpless and half conflicted. Do you want a child that much? Yes. You're an obstetrician and gynecologist. You should know that pregnancy is very hard. Yes. You should also know that giving birth will be very painful. It's said that it's level 10 pain. I know. Whether it's a cesarean section or a natural birth, the woman is the one who suffers. That's right. Even so, you still want a child? Yes. Su Qingseng put her arms around his neck and looked at him intently. I just want a child. Will you give it to me? Hua Jingyao supported his body with one hand and looked at Su Qingseng, who was so stubborn. He felt a little helpless. Today is my birthday. I'm willing to try again. Okay. Su Qingseng was confident. If there was one, there would be two. And if there was two, there would be three. Sooner or later, she would make Hua Jingyao completely change his mind and agree to have a child. The next day was the day of the trial. When Hua Jingyao got up, Su Qingseng was still sleeping. She was exhausted yesterday. In order to get pregnant, she had worked hard. Hua Jingyao looked at her sleeping face and couldn't help but laugh. He leaned over and kissed Su Qingseng on the forehead. Su Qingseng slept soundly and wasn't affected by him at all. Hua Jingyao got up and tidied himself up as quickly as possible. Looking at himself in the mirror in a suit, the corners of his lips curled up. Hua Yifan, Su Peijian, this time, neither of them would be able to escape. When he left, Hua Jingyao saw the cake that was still on the coffee table. His footsteps stopped for a moment. He was about to leave, but he opened the cake box again. It was a beautiful cake with a small house on it. There was a small card on the house. Happy birthday was written on it. Hua Jingyao stared at the 4 words for a long time. He rubbed his forehead and finally covered the cake again. When he went out, he took it out and threw it into the trash can in the corridor. It wasn't a sincere blessing, so he didn't want it. When Hua Jingyao arrived at the courthouse, almost all the Hua family members were there. Old Master Hua, Hua Mingguang, Lu Tongjia, Hua Mingliang, Nian Chuanya, Hua Mingmei, Wei Nantian, and their respective children were all there. Hua Jingyao was the last one to arrive. Yang Wenchang and Zhang Yang were behind him. When they saw him come in, the other members of the Hua family didn't look happy, especially Hua Mingliang and Nian Chuanya. They looked at Hua Jingyao with daggers in their eyes. Hua Jingyao didn't care at all. He did it on purpose. The trial wasn't public. All the people who could attend the trial were related to the case. Not long after Hua Jingyao sat down, Xiang Kaiping also came. Seeing Xiang Kaiping, Hua Jingyao restrained his expression. He nodded slightly at her as a greeting. Xiang Kaiping looked at him, and her lips moved, but she didn't say anything. She sat down in the back seat. Hua Jingyao only glanced in that direction and quickly looked away. The trial soon began. When Hua Yifan was brought out, his expression was very ugly, and he looked very haggard. A genius like him had always been high and mighty. One day he was suddenly imprisoned. Naturally, he couldn't bear it. Su Peijian was as haggard and ugly as he was. Su Peijian had never been bullied like this since she was a child. There were faint dark shadows under her eyes, and her whole person exuded a gloomy aura. She was completely different from the arrogant and domineering person she had when they first met. Xiang Kaiping looked at Su Peijian and felt as if her heart was being squeezed by someone. After all, she was her own flesh and blood. No matter how wrong and unreasonable Su Peijian had been before, she was still her own child. She subconsciously looked in Hua Jinyao's direction, but found that he wasn't paying attention to her at all. Xiang Kaiping's face darkened again. The trial continued. First, the plaintiff's lawyer filed a complaint, then the defendant's lawyer. In order to get Hua Yifan off the hook, the Hua family found him a lawyer who was quite famous in the industry. The lawyers on both sides went back and forth, each presenting their evidence. The atmosphere was very intense. Everyone was very nervous. Only Hua Jingyao was very calm. He didn't want to come at first. He just wanted to witness Hua Yifan's final downfall. An hour and a half later, after a round of rest, The judge finally announced the final result. Hui Yifan is found guilty of stealing trade secrets and is sentenced to a fine of 5 million yuan, 6 years and 6 months in prison. Su Peijian is found guilty of stealing trade secrets and is sentenced to a fine of 3 million yuan, 5 years in prison. I'm not convinced. I want to appeal. I want to appeal. I want to appeal, Hui Yifan shouted, but his clamor was immediately stopped by the court police. He had no choice but to stare in Hu Jiniao's direction when he was about to be escorted away. Hu Jiniao, I will definitely appeal to the end. Just you wait. Just you wait. Hu Jiniao had already stood up and was about to leave. Because of Hui Yifan's words, he stopped and looked at him. As long as you're happy, cousin, perform well. I'm still waiting for you to come out soon. Hu Jiniao, you bastard. You set me up. You set all of this up. You bastard. To Hui Yifan, going to prison for 6.5 years was even more painful than killing him. He completely lost his usual demeanor and began to shout. Hu Jiniao ignored him. When he left the door, he couldn't hear Hui Yifan's shouts at all. President Hua? Yang Wenchang approached him before he got into the car and said softly, I saw old Master Hu just now. He didn't look very good. Don't you think so? Hu Jiniao also saw that when old Master Hu heard the verdict, he covered his heart and looked like he was about to collapse. He closed his eyes. Grandpa is still angry. He won't want to see me. With Dad and the others around, nothing should happen to Grandpa. Let's go back to the company first. Something like Hui Yifan's incident actually had a certain impact on Tianyu Group. Even though today's verdict wasn't public, Hui Yifan had been too high-profile previously. The news of the new plan research had spread to everyone. Now, many people were probably waiting to see Tianyu Group make a fool of itself. And Hu Jiniao would never give those people such a chance. After getting into the car, he was about to let Yang Wenchang drive when the door was suddenly opened. Xiang Kaiping stood by the door and looked at Hu Jiniao. Her eyes were full of conflict, and her expression was very complicated. Jiniao, Auntie. Xiang Kaiping looked at his nonchalant expression and couldn't bring herself to say the words. However, she thought of her daughter who was sentenced to 5 years in prison. She had to speak again. Jiniao, I know Peijian did something wrong, but she's still young. If she offended you in any way, tell me and I'll teach her a lesson. I also know that she caused your company to suffer losses. How about this? I'll compensate you for your company's losses. Is that okay? Although she didn't have much money on her now, she could sell all the supermarkets under her name. That way, she would have money to give to Hu Jiniao. Auntie, don't be like this. Su Peijian is Su Peijian and you are you. You don't have to take responsibility for her actions. How is that possible? She's my daughter. At this point, Xiang Kaiping really cried out loud. I gave birth to her and then abandoned her. It's all my fault. That's why she became like this. If I had raised her by my side since she was young, if I had taken good care of her and raised her, I believe she wouldn't be like this now. She sniffed, really sad and blaming herself. It's all my fault. I'm willing to take responsibility for her. As long as you don't let her go to prison. She's only 26 years old this year. If she goes to prison for a few years, won't she be ruined? Hu Jiniao sat in the car and didn't move. Xiang Kaiping didn't cry. But this was even more unbearable than crying out loud. Chapter 610. Xiang Kaiping had nowhere else to go. This was the only and best solution she could think of at the moment. Hu Jiniao sat in the car seat with his hands folded in front of him. He leaned over, took out a bottle of juice from the small refrigerator in the car, and handed it to Xiang Kaiping. Auntie, drink some juice first and calm down. Xiang Kaiping didn't take the bottle of juice. She couldn't calm down at all. Jiniao, I'm begging you, okay? Really? I swear. I will definitely take her and go far away. Okay. I'm sorry, Auntie. Hu Jiniao's voice was slightly cold. He looked at Xiang Kaiping with a gentle expression, but his eyes were unusually firm. I can't agree to your request. Jiniao. Xiang Kaiping stood there in a daze. She stared at him blankly. Su Peijian did something to hurt Qingsang. You know that Qingsang is my bottom line. I won't allow anyone to hurt her. He looked at Xiang Kaiping, who was already stunned, and put the bottle of juice in her hand. Auntie, Su Peijian needs to be taught a good lesson and reflect on herself. I won't agree to your request. Also, even after 5 years, if she comes back and still wants to go against Qingsang, then I won't be polite at all. Xiang Kaiping stood there, holding the bottle of juice in her hand. Her face was very pale, and she looked very depressed. Hua Jingyao glanced at her and sighed in his heart. Auntie, other than this matter, if you need any help, you can come to me or Qingsang. Xiang Kaiping didn't seem to hear him. If Hua Jingyao refused to help, Su Peijian would definitely go to jail. This was a huge blow to her. Hua Jingyao didn't say much, and gestured for Yang Wenchang to drive. They were about to reach the company when Hua Jinyao's phone rang. It was a call from Lu Tongjia. Hua Jinyao looked at the number, but still picked it up. After hearing the voice coming from the other end, his expression suddenly became much more serious. Go to the hospital. Old Master Hua was too emotional just now. After Hua Jinyao left, he really fainted. At that moment, the rest of the Hua family had already sent Old Master Hua to the hospital. Hua Jinyao rushed to the hospital. The doctors were still trying to save Old Master Hua. All the members of the Hua family were standing in the corridor. Just now, the group of people in the court couldn't do anything to Hua Jinyao. Now that he was here, they all stared at him with dissatisfaction. Seeing him coming, Hua Mingguang, who was standing outside, strode over. He raised his hand at Hua Jinyao and wanted to slap him. Hua Jinyao raised his hand and stopped Hua Mingguang. Hua Mingguang missed. His face was a little pale, and he glared at Hua Jinyao. Now that your wings have hardened, you can do whatever you want, right? You don't need to care about your family anymore, do you? Hua Jinyao did not speak. His hand was still holding Hua Mingguang's hand. Hua Mingguang glared at him, as if he wanted to burn a hole in his face. Your grandfather is so angry that he fainted. He's still being resuscitated. He didn't know what was going on. Are you satisfied now that things have come to this? After all, they were in the hospital. Hua Mingguang's voice was very soft and a little suppressed. Hua Jinyao frowned. He let go of his hand with some force, and Hua Mingguang's hand was thrown away by him. Hua Mingguang's expression was ugly, but Hua Jinyao was not afraid at all. He took a step forward. He was tall, and he was half a head taller than Hua Mingguang. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and at that moment his aura was fully released. Even Hua Mingguang could only retract his hand in embarrassment. Dad, you seem to have made a mistake. I'm not the one who did the wrong thing from the beginning to the end. It's Hu Yifan. If he didn't betray me first, if he didn't steal my plan first, then he wouldn't have to face all of this today. Then he won't have to face all of this today, and Grandpa will naturally be fine. If I was the one who betrayed you today, and the one who stole the plan was me, I believe that Hu Yifan won't be much soft-hearted than me. I'm afraid that his methods will be even more ruthless. Instead of looking for someone else's reason, you're blaming me? Isn't that ridiculous? Hua Jinyao's voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to be heard by every member of the Hua family in the corridor. Especially when he glanced at Hua Mingyang's family, his gaze was very sharp. He didn't need to say anything more, but everyone could understand what he meant. Nian Chuanya moved her toes and was about to walk in Hua Jinyao's direction. However, Lu Tongjia seemed to coincidentally block in front of her at this moment. Nian Chuanya was of low birth. Whether it was in terms of education or knowledge, she couldn't compare to Lu Tongjia. In front of her, she inexplicably lost some of her imposing manner. Lu Tongjia's gaze swept across the faces of the others present indifferently. As Hua Mingguang's wife, and the current madam of the Hua family, the others almost instantly understood what she meant from her attitude. Hua Jinyao noticed Lu Tongjia's movements. His furrowed brows didn't relax, and he gave her a meaningful look. Hua Mingguang was very filial. Now that his father was hospitalized because of Hua Jinyao, he was full of anger. However, in the face of Hua Jinyao's repeated questioning, Hua Mingguang's anger just now was stuck in his chest, and he couldn't vent it no matter how hard he tried. You! Hua Jinyao ignored him and looked in the direction of the emergency room. Old Master Hua was still in the emergency room, and his feelings were very complicated. He didn't think he was wrong, But old Master Hua had been the person who treated him the best in the entire Hua family since he was a child. He really didn't want anything to happen to old Master Hua. Half an hour later, the doctor came out from inside and looked at the group of people surrounding the room. Everyone knew the status of the Hua family in Rong City. The leading doctor walked in front of the Hua family. Old Master Hua had a slight stroke. Fortunately, the rescue was done in time, and he's fine now. However, old Master Hua is old, and his various indicators are a little high. If possible, it's better not to stimulate him. The other Hua family members all looked at Hua Jinniao with obvious criticism in their eyes. Hua Jinniao acted as if he didn't see it. Old Master Hua entered the VIP ward. The others immediately followed, wanting to put on a good performance before old Master Hua woke up. Only Hua Jinniao walked at the back. Lu Tongjia also walked at the back. She was a step slower than Hua Jinniao. Seeing that the ward was just around the corner, she suddenly called out to Hua Jinniao. Hua Jinniao stopped and looked at Lu Tongjia silently. "Jinniao, come here." As she spoke, she took the lead and walked to the end of the corridor. Hua Jinniao didn't move for a few seconds. After pausing for a while, he walked forward and followed behind Lu Tongjia. There was a window at the end of the corridor, facing the lawn outside the hospital. The weather was good today. The sun shone on the lawn, and patients were moving around in groups of 2s and 3s, accompanied by their families. Lu Tongjia turned around and looked at Hua Jinniao. She had almost deliberately neglected the fact that her son had already grown so big. He was now 31 years old from 12 years old. More than 10 years seemed like a blink of an eye, but it also seemed like a long time. She remembered her broken heart when she lost her beloved daughter and eldest son. She also remembered her anger when she blamed Hua Jinniao for everything, because of the unquenchable hatred in her heart. Lu Tongjia's feelings were very complicated. She looked at Hua Jinniao blankly and didn't speak for a long time. Hua Jinniao stood there without moving. If it weren't for Lu Tongjia's action just now, he wouldn't have followed her. Seeing that she didn't speak, he frowned slightly. "Mom, what's the matter?" Lu Tongjia came back to her senses. Seeing Hua Jinniao's face, she felt sad again. However, she knew that she couldn't let him go in such a situation again. Since your grandfather's life is not in danger, you don't have to worry about what happens next. You can do whatever you want. Hua Jinniao was stunned. For a moment, he thought that there was something wrong with his ears. Lu Tongjia couldn't help but continue. Hua Yifan did some things wrong. He was the one who brought this upon himself. 6.5 years isn't too long. It's good to let him reflect on himself in there. These words really didn't sound like something Lu Tongjia would say. Hua Jinniao stood there and looked at her with a probing gaze, as if he wanted to know her real intentions. Lu Tongjia finished what she wanted to say, so it wasn't so difficult for her to say the next words. "Jinniao, from now on, you can do whatever you want. I won't interfere in your affairs anymore." Lu Tongjia was rarely gentle. Hua Jinniao's expression didn't change. He just looked at Lu Tongjia. She felt uncomfortable under his gaze. Hua Jinniao was her son. However, she always felt a sense of guilt. "It's okay. Go see your grandfather." It was really difficult to apologize. She wanted to ease the relationship, but she didn't know where to start. Hua Jinniao looked at Lu Tongjia deeply. He had a rough idea of what she didn't say. He was a little surprised, but he wouldn't believe that Lu Tongjia had really changed. He would see as he walked. When Hua Jinniao entered the ward, the 3 siblings of the Hua family, as well as the grandchildren of the 3rd generation, were all waiting in the ward. Fortunately, it was a VIP ward. Otherwise, it would have been crowded with so many people. Seeing Hua Jinniao come in, Nian Chuanya looked a little upset. She wanted to say something, but she held back. Not long after, Su Qingseng also came. She was in the clinic and immediately came after hearing that old Master Hua was in the hospital. After entering the door, she looked at Hua Jinniao with a little worry. She had heard about old Master Hua's condition from her colleagues. It was serious but not serious. All of this depended on the care and old Master Hua's own health. Hua Jinniao gave her a look. The two of them looked at each other, and they both understood what he meant. A group of people stayed in the ward, and no one wanted to leave first. Old Master Hua didn't stay in a coma for long. He woke up soon. He didn't respond to the chattering of the people in the ward. After looking around, he waved his hand. Get out. Old Master Hua's voice was a little hoarse. However, it was quite firm. Everyone looked at Hua Jinniao, especially Hua Yang and the others. Their eyes were full of schadenfreude. Hua Jinniao stood still. Su Qingseng looked at him with a little worry. Get out. Old Master Hua said again. Hua Jinniao's eyes were half closed. The thoughts in his eyes were hidden, so others couldn't see through him. He lifted his feet and was about to walk out when Old Master Hua spoke again. All of you get out. Jinniao, stay. This time, Hua Yang's face was a little sullen. The others were even more so. However, it was only for a moment. Based on the current situation, Old Master Hua was definitely going to teach Hua Jinniao a lesson. Thinking of this, the others all filed out and left. Su Qingseng stood still. She wanted to stay, but she could only look at Hua Jinniao worriedly and leave. This was a VIP ward, so the soundproofing was very good. The group of people left the ward and couldn't hear the sound inside anymore. After coming out, Su Qingseng stood in front of Lu Tongjia. She found that there was some worry in Lu Tongjia's eyes. She was a little surprised, but when she thought of Lu Tongjia's action of giving Hua Jinniao a birthday cake yesterday, she felt that she could guess what Lu Tongjia was thinking. If Lu Tongjia really wanted to improve her relationship with Hua Jinniao, it would be really great. While she was still thinking about it, Hua Jinniao had already come out of the ward. As soon as he came out, the rest of the Hua family wanted to go into the ward. Grandpa said that he's tired and needs to rest. There are doctors and nurses here, so you can go back first. What makes you say that? Hua Jinniao, why is old master in the hospital because of you? What are you doing now? Nian Chuanyao was angry. As soon as she finished speaking, Hua Mingmei also spoke. Yes, Jinniao, it's my father who is sleeping in there. What? Are you still thinking of using the emperor to order the nobles? Grandpa is really tired. He needs to rest. You can go. Hua Jinniao blocked the door of the ward. Hua Mingmei was furious. She turned to look at Hua Mingguang and said, Brother, look. Hua Mingguang glanced at Hua Jinniao and said, Your grandfather won't even let me in, will he? Get out of the way. I'll go in and have a look. Hua Jinniao glanced at him and moved a little to the side. Just go in alone. Brother, go in quickly and tell Dad that I want to go in to see him. Yes, me too. Hua Mingliang and Hua Mingmei rushed to speak. Hua Mingguang rarely showed some impatience. He glanced at them and went into the ward. However, Hua Mingguang didn't stay for long and soon came out. After coming out, he first glanced at Hua Jinniao with a somewhat complicated look in his eyes. You can all go. Dad said that he's tired. He needs to rest. Since Hua Mingguang said so, the others couldn't stay even if they wanted to. However, Hua Mingmei wasn't willing to give up. Humph, Dad was angry because of you. Hua Jinniao, you're really a good descendant of our Hua family. That's right. If it weren't for you, how could old Master Hua have encountered this? Hua Jinniao stood there and didn't seem to hear their criticism. However, Hua Mingguang's face was a little gloomy. Have you said enough? If you have, you can all leave. Let Dad rest. Since the boss had spoken, the others had no choice but to leave. Soon the corridor was empty. Su Qingseng glanced at Hua Jinniao. Is Grandpa really sleeping? Yes. Old Master Hua was old. After being tossed around all morning and almost suffering a stroke, he was indeed not in good spirits. Jinniao, don't worry. I've asked Dr. Huang. Grandpa will be fine. Dr. Huang was the doctor who had just diagnosed old Master Hua. Since he said that old Master Hua was fine, then he should be fine. Hua Jinniao glanced at her and reached out to hold her in his arms. His chin rested on the top of her head, but he didn't say anything. He thought about how old Master Hua was clearly in poor spirits just now, but he still insisted on finishing what he wanted to say. Jinniao, you've really grown up now. You have an idea. I was indeed very angry, but now that I think about it, I don't think I should be angry. He cared about the Hua family's reputation, but he forgot to consider the big picture. With Hua Yifun's personality, if he didn't teach him a lesson, he was afraid that he would cause more trouble in the future. You're capable now. After so many years, you've also gained experience. I was a little worried about you at first, but now that I think about it, it seems that there's nothing to worry about. Old Master Hua let out a long sigh. This time, I didn't think it through. In the future, let Hua Yifan and the others do whatever they want to do. Jinyao. Old Master Hua looked at Hua Jinyao. He was the heir that he had trained. He would also be the future heir of the Hua family. I'll ask Lawyer Chen to come later. I've decided to make a will first. Grandpa, don't say that. Hua Jinyao had thought that Old Master Hua had asked him to stay to criticize him. He had even prepared how to refute it. But now, Old Master Hua's words made him completely at a loss. You'll live to 100 years old. What will you make? I don't need it. I'm old. After what happened today, I've also accepted it. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. I don't want to worry about it anymore. Grandpa, all right. Go out. I want to rest for a while. For Hua Jinyao, he really didn't want to help Hua Yifan reduce his crime. He had even thought that this would result in a long-term confrontation with the Hua family. However, the current situation was beyond his expectations. First, Lu Tongjia had expressed her stance, and then Old Master Hua had expressed his stance. With their statements, even if Hua Mingguang and the others had any objections, there was nothing they could do. After all, the most powerful person in the Hua family now is Old Master Hua. With his support, even if others wanted to do anything, they would have to worry about Old Master Hua. There was no need to tell Su Qingsang all this. She only needed to know that he was fine. No matter what, the problem had been solved. No, it wasn't completely solved. Hua Jinyao's eyes were as sharp as ever when he thought of the two people who still wanted to appeal. As expected, Hua Yifan and Su Peijian filed another appeal the next day. The two of them appealed from the municipal court to the provincial court. Hua Jinyao knew that they wouldn't give up so easily, so he let them do as they pleased. In the end, the second trial upheld the original verdict. Hua Yifan and Su Peijian would still have to spend the next few years in prison. After the second trial ended, another half a month passed. Rong City was getting hotter and hotter. Hua Jinyao looked at Qi Shiwei, who had a big belly. After not seeing her for nearly a month, her belly seemed to have grown a little bigger. Not only was her belly bigger, but her face was also much paler. Thank you for this time. If it weren't for you, I don't think I would have made Hua Yifan pay so easily. He could have used other methods to send Hua Yifan to prison, but because of Qi Shiwei's help, this was the fastest and easiest way. Jinyao, we're classmates and good friends. You don't have to be so polite. I'm not being polite. I just think it's what I should do. As Hua Jinyao spoke, he looked at Qi Shiwei with concern. Why do I feel that your complexion is worse than last time? Did you go for a checkup? It's okay. Pregnant people are all like this. Qi Shiwei smiled, but her face was too pale. That smile looked rather weak. Really? Hua Jinyao didn't believe her. He thought of Su Qingsang, who always wanted a child. However, if Su Qingsang was like this when she was pregnant, he really didn't want Su Qingsang to get pregnant. Of course. Don't worry. I know my body. It's really fine. Although Qi Shiwei said that, Hua Jinyao planned to ask someone to come here to check on her next time, if she refused to go out. Perhaps he could go back and tell Su Qingsang. Hua Jinyao left Qi Shiwei's villa and got into the car. Only then did he remember that he had bought a thank you gift for Qi Shiwei before he came. It was to thank her for her help this time. He got out of the car with the gift he had bought and planned to leave after giving it to Qi Shiwei. However, before he could reach the villa where Qi Shiwei lived, he saw a man walking towards Qi Shiwei's house. The man didn't seem to notice Hua Jinyao behind him. Hua Jinyao had just left, and the door was ajar. The auntie who took care of Qi Shiwei had just gone out to buy groceries and hadn't returned yet. The door wasn't closed, and the man walked in directly. Hua Jinyao watched as the man walked in on his own and followed behind him without thinking. I've finally found you. The man's words made Hua Jinyao stop in his tracks. Soon, he heard Qi Shiwei's voice. What are you doing here? Get lost. Qi Shiwei's voice sounded a notch higher than usual, as if she was very excited. Soon he heard the man's voice. You're still pregnant with my child. Why do you think I'm here? This child is mine. I don't want to see you. Get out. The child is yours. Ha, ridiculous. Without me, how could you have a child? The man's voice sounded arrogant and smug. Qi Shiwei's voice became more and more excited. I don't want to see you. Get lost. It's easy for you to tell me to get lost. Give birth to the child in your stomach and give it to me. I'll naturally leave. Dream on. I won't give the child to you. Before Hu Jiniao could leave because of this conversation, he heard Qi Shiwei cry out in a low voice. He couldn't care less about anything else, and quickly rushed into the house. The man from earlier was standing less than 2 meters away from the door. Qi Shiwei was originally sitting, but now, her face was pale, and she was holding her stomach with one hand. What kind of show are you putting on now? The man stood there motionlessly, his voice full of mockery. Hu Jiniao glared at him. At this moment, he couldn't care less about dealing with him. He walked to Qi Shiwei in a few steps. Shiwei, are you okay? Aye. Qi Shiwei said a few words, and her face turned even paler. Shiwei, how are you? Chapter 611. What? Qi Shiwei grabbed Hu Jiniao's arm tightly. Her face was already covered in sweat. I'm going to give birth. What should I do? I'm going to give birth. Hu Jiniao glanced at her. There was already blood flowing out from under her. He was shocked and quickly picked her up. Don't worry. I'll take you to the hospital now. Qi Shiwei's expression was very ugly. Her stomach hurt. She had no strength left, and could only let Hu Jiniao carry her. Hu Jiniao carried her, and was about to walk out. But the man stood in front of Hu Jiniao. Are you really going to give birth? The due date wasn't even up yet, and it was already a month ahead of schedule. Was this woman trying to use this opportunity to escape? Put her down. The man glared at Qi Shiwei. Don't even think about abducting my child. Don't even think about it. Qi Shiwei's face was pale, and her forehead was covered in sweat. She didn't even look at the man, and reached out to grab the front of Hu Jiniao's clothes. Jiniao, let's go. I don't want to see him. Hu Jiniao ignored the man and was about to walk out. The man stood in front of them, and reached out to block their way. You want to leave? Leave the child behind first. Crazy. How could this person still cause trouble at a time like this? Get out of the way. The man looked at Qi Shiwei. I won't let you. Put her down first. Lian Jin, get lost. I don't want to see you. Qi Shiwei was already exhausted, but when she heard the man's words, she couldn't help but speak up. You don't want to see me. You want to see him, right? I was wondering why you were in such a hurry to return home. Why? Are you back to see your old lover? Do you think I'll let you do as you wish? Don't even think about it. The man named Lian Jin stood in front of the two of them, and glared at Qi Shiwei. Come with me. I'll take you to the hospital. I don't want your fake kindness. Qi Shiwei's voice was very weak, but she refused to back down. Who knows if you'll kill me halfway? Lian Jin's expression was rather ugly. Qi Shiwei no longer wanted to tangle with him. She grabbed Hu Jiniao tightly. Jiniao, let him go. I don't want to see him. She was about to give birth. Hu Jiniao looked at her and felt anxious. Without thinking, he raised his foot and kicked Lian Jin. Lian Jin didn't expect Hu Jiniao to make a move. He dodged to the side. Hu Jiniao was afraid that he would chase after him again, so he kicked him again. Lian Jin failed to dodge this kick, and was kicked by Hu Jiniao. His body fell backwards and hit the coffee table. He was in so much pain that he did not stand up for a moment. Hu Jiniao used this time to quickly run towards the door with Qi Shiwei in his arms. He was very worried and anxious. Lian Jin didn't want to let it go just like that. He quickly propped himself up, and ran behind Hu Jiniao to grab his arm. Hu Jiniao hugged Qi Shiwei, and almost fell to the ground. Annoyed, he turned around. What do you want? She's my wife. Put her down. Qi Shiwei was in so much pain that she almost couldn't speak. Her stomach was in so much pain that it felt like it was being pulled. Seeing this, Hu Jiniao knew that she couldn't afford to waste any more time. Get out of my way. Can't you see that she's about to give birth? She needs to be sent to the hospital. If I want to send her to the hospital, I will naturally send her. It's not up to an outsider like you to pretend. Lian Jin sneered. Or is it your child in her stomach? This man was full of nonsense. and Hu Jingyao didn't want to put up with him. However, Qi Shiwei's situation was the most important. Are you going to let me or not? You won't let me be impolite anymore. I'd like to see how you plan to be impolite. After saying that, Lian Jin was about to snatch him away. Qi Shiwei was already in great pain, but she definitely didn't want Lian Jin to touch her. She looked at Hu Jingyao and begged, Jingyao, I beg you, don't give me to him. She and Lian Jin were now at odds with each other. She really couldn't trust him. Instead, she thought that Lian Jin would most likely kill her silently. You still say that you don't have an affair with him? Lian Jin's face was full of anger. He took a step forward and was about to attack Qi Shiwei. Hu Jingyao took a big step back. Seeing that Qi Shiwei's breathing had become rapid, he gritted his teeth and turned around to put her on the sofa. Shiwei, wait a moment. He turned to look at Lian Jin. He had wanted him to give up on his own, but now he could only make a move. On the other side, Qi Shiwei's situation was getting more and more urgent. Hu Jingyao didn't intend to stall for time. What? You want to make a move on me? Hu Jingyao didn't waste time talking to him. He directly punched Lian Jin in the face. Lian Jin moved quickly, but he didn't know that this was Hu Jingyao's feint. He threw a punch at Lian Jin's abdomen, and Lian Jin was forced to take a few steps back. Bastard. He was angry and rushed towards Hu Jingyao to attack. But how could he be Hu Jingyao's match? Hu Jingyao had trained in the army, other than people like Zhang Yichen who had received special training and couldn't do anything about it. It wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with a few more people like Lian Jin. In less than 5 minutes, Hu Jingyao had already beaten Lian Jin to the ground. After dealing with him, he quickly ran outside with Qi Shiwei in his arms and got into his own car. By the time Lian Jin recovered from the pain and chased after him, Hu Jingyao had already left with Qi Shiwei. Qi Shiwei was in the back seat of the car, her entire body completely curled up. She looked like she was in great pain. Her entire body was starting to sweat, and her face was pale. Hu Jingyao saw her situation from the rearview mirror and stepped on the accelerator. He could only be glad that this place wasn't too far from the city. He sped all the way and brought Qi Shiwei to the first hospital where Su Qingseng was in the shortest time possible. Su Qingseng happened to have an outpatient clinic today. A woman came because she hadn't gotten pregnant in 5 years of marriage, so she thought that there was something wrong with her. After Su Qingseng finished a full set of examinations for her, she told her that her health was very good, and there was nothing wrong with her. You haven't been pregnant. It might be because of you, or it might be because of your husband. If you want to know why you haven't had a child, you still have to ask your husband to come for a checkup. The woman's expression was a little conflicted. She told Su Qingseng hesitantly that her husband had a serious case of male chauvinism. She was afraid that he wouldn't be willing to come for a checkup. Su Qingseng had been in the hospital for a long time and had come into contact with all kinds of patients. She could only tell the other party her opinion. As for what the other party wanted to do, that was up to the other party. It wasn't easy for her to deal with it. Just as she was about to take a break, the office door was pushed open with a bang. Su Qingseng was shocked. She looked up and saw Hu Jingyao standing at the door with a woman in his arms. The woman was pregnant, and there was still blood under her body. Hu Jingyao's body was also stained with the other party's blood. Qingseng, save her. Quick. Su Qingseng looked at the woman in his arms. The other party had already lost consciousness. The current situation didn't give her time to think about the relationship between this woman and Hu Jingyao. Put her down. Su Qingseng performed a preliminary examination on her. Her expression was a little serious. The pregnant woman's condition isn't very good. Her water has broken, but the uterus hasn't opened yet. She's already unconscious. I'm afraid we'll have to perform a cesarean section on her. I believe you. No matter what, you must ensure her safety. Su Qingseng glanced at Hu Jingyao. She didn't expect that one day Hu Jingyao would make the same mistake as those ordinary family members. He actually made her promise. Su Qingseng called someone over and had someone push Qi Shiwei into the operating theater. She called the operating theater and asked them to quickly make arrangements. She had to prepare for the surgery. After hanging up the phone, She turned to face Hu Jinniao. I'm sorry. I can't guarantee anything. I can only say that I'll try my best. Doctors weren't gods. Qi Shiwei's condition wasn't very good to begin with. She could only do her best and leave it to fate. Hu Jinniao nodded. I believe you. If possible, let her family come over. Hu Jinniao frowned. Her family isn't here. After Qi Shiwei's stepmother was sent to prison by her, Qi Shiwei's father was also removed from his original position as the president. That Lian Jin was obviously a bastard. Hu Jinniao wouldn't call him over. If you need any help, I'll go. Su Qingseng blinked and gestured for Hu Jinniao to pay the fee, sign it, and prepare for the surgery. Okay, I'll go now. After saying that, Hu Jinniao hurriedly went to the payment counter. Su Qingseng glanced at his back and went to prepare for the surgery without saying a word. Qi Shiwei's condition was actually very bad, but she couldn't tell Hu Jinniao that. These issues were supposed to be discussed with her immediate family, but Qi Shiwei didn't have any immediate family now. Sun Huiya didn't have any surgery or debate today, so Su Qingseng called her over. This situation isn't very good, Sun Huiya said bluntly. The cervix hasn't opened, and the amniotic fluid has broken for so long. Let's perform the surgery immediately. I hope the child is fine. Su Qingseng wanted to say the same thing just now. After she and Sun Huiya changed into surgical gowns, they entered the operating theater together. Although such a surgery was difficult, Sun Huiya had always advocated giving young people more opportunities to train, so the chief surgeon was still Su Qingseng. Qi Shiwei, who was on the operating table, was already unconscious. Su Qingseng was afraid that she would wake up from the pain later, but she still asked the anesthesiologist to anesthetize her. She picked up the scalpel and gently cut open the first layer of Qi Shiwei's skin. Everything went smoothly and normally. However, when the child was carried out, everyone's heart skipped a beat. The child was very small, and his body was already turning green. His small face turned purplish red. The midwife examined the baby and shook her head at Su Qingseng and Sun Huiya. There are no vital signs anymore. Everyone's hearts were heavy. As an obstetrician and gynecologist, they were used to seeing life and death. However, the situation in front of them was still something they didn't want to face, but they had no choice. Give it a try and see if you can save her. Su Qingseng glanced at the midwife and gestured for her to try harder. She continued to move her hands. The midwife tried her best, but soon, she shook her head at everyone. Sun Huiya looked at the child and then at Su Qingseng. Her expression was calm. She had already guessed this outcome. When she was examining Qi Shiwei just now, she didn't hear the baby move. Now it was only to confirm her guess. Qi Shiwei's health was too poor. It was much more difficult for her to conceive this child than for ordinary pregnant women. The amniotic fluid broke too early, and the uterus didn't open for a long time. The child had been trapped inside for so long, and the chances of survival weren't high. Thinking of what Hu Jinniao had just said, Su Qingseng came back to her senses and looked at Qi Shiwei, who was still unconscious. Continue the surgery. At least we have to save the mother's life. Actually, Qi Shiwei's condition wasn't very good either. However, Su Qingseng and Sun Huiya were willing to do their best to save her. In the following period of time, Su Qingseng and Sun Huiya worked together to save Qi Shiwei, whose life was hanging by a thread. Qi Shiwei's health was very poor, especially her uterus. Her physique wasn't suitable for pregnancy at all. That child was born with a congenital deficiency, and her amniotic fluid broke first today. As a result, it would indeed be very difficult to save the child. Although her life had been saved, it would probably be very difficult for her to have her own child in the future. Su Qingseng and Sun Huiya were both extremely experienced doctors, especially Sun Huiya. When she saw the situation in Qi Shiwei's uterus, she knew that the chances of her getting pregnant again in the future were almost zero. This child is her first, right? It should be. Su Qingseng nodded. Looking at Qi Shiwei's pale face, her brows furrowed. This was her first pregnancy, but now it was like this. It would probably be difficult for her to accept this fact when she woke up, right? Su Qingseng stitched up Qi Shiwei's wound and someone else took over the rest. She glanced at Qi Shiwei and left the operating theater. Hu Jingyao was still waiting outside. It had been nearly 3 hours since he entered the operating theater. When he saw Su Qingseng come out, he quickly stood up. How is it? How is she? She's fine. Hu Jingyao obviously heaved a sigh of relief. It's good that she's fine. Su Qingseng looked at him and wanted to say something, but she hesitated. Hu Jingyao sensitively noticed that something was wrong. She's fine. What about the child? Su Qingseng didn't say anything. Her expression spoke for itself. Hu Jingyao had a bad feeling. Is her child okay? It should be fine, right? Su Qingseng shook her head gently. I'm sorry the child wasn't saved. Hu Jingyao suddenly froze there. He thought of how Qi Shiwei cared about this child very much. He also thought of how Qi Shiwei wanted to give birth to this child and start a new life. After she came back, she was clearly very weak, but she risked her weak body to help him again and again. Not to mention the fact that she had saved his life before. He selfishly hoped that Qi Shiwei would be able to give birth to this child safely and smoothly. Seeing that Hu Jingyao had fallen into silence, Su Qingseng took off her mask and said in a low voice. In fact, when you sent it here, it took too long. In addition, it was due to her own physique. In fact, this child wasn't easy to keep. Su Qingseng had already examined the child just now. It wasn't that she had jinxed it. That child was much smaller than a normal child. It was congenitally deficient, and it didn't receive good care and nutrition from its mother. Even if it was born, it would probably be very difficult for it to grow up smoothly. When that time came, it would either be an illness or a disaster. It would be equally uncomfortable for the parents. Hu Jingyao knew that what she said was true. After all, when Qi Shiwei was pregnant, her situation looked different from that of ordinary pregnant women. What about her? How is she? Her life is saved. Su Qingseng wouldn't hide anything in front of him. However, she probably won't have her own child in the future. What did you say? Hu Jingyao finally had a different reaction. He widened his eyes and looked at Su Qingseng. For a moment, he thought he had heard wrong. How could this be? Her health is very poor. It's not just a normal kind of poor. Her womb had once been severely injured, although it had already recovered. Although it has recovered, the injury is still there. She forced herself to get pregnant, which is already increasing the burden on her body. In addition, her uterus wasn't healthy enough for her to safely give birth to this child. And then there was this incident. Based on her situation, the chances of her having another child in the future are almost zero. Hu Jingyao stood there, thinking about Qi Shiwei's reaction when she woke up and found out about the news. He didn't know how to tell her. If you feel that it's difficult, let me tell her. Su Qingseng's words made Hu Jingyao look up at her. He shook his head. Let me tell her. He had already made up his mind, so Su Qingseng didn't intend to ask anymore. However, she asked, is she the female classmate you mentioned last time? Yes. Hu Jingyao was afraid that Su Qingseng would misunderstand, so he explained a little. I met her in the United States. Although we were classmates, we weren't actually in the same class. However, because we were both from Rong City, we were closer. Why do I care so much about her? On one hand, it's because she has no other relatives in Rong City to take care of her. On the other hand, she once saved my life. After briefly explaining what happened that year, Hu Jingyao looked at Su Qingseng very seriously. Qi Shiwei and I are purely friends and classmates. There's no other relationship. Don't think too much about it. Su Qingseng turned her face to look at Hu Jingyao because of his words. His expression was extremely serious, as if he was afraid that she would misunderstand. How do you know what I'm thinking? Don't worry, I'm not that jealous. As long as she didn't misunderstand, Hu Jingyao reached out to hold her hand. I know you won't be so petty, but I still feel that I need to explain it to you. I believe you, okay? Su Qingseng looked at the time. She had an outpatient clinic later. I still have an outpatient clinic. Your classmate will be sent to the ward later. As for her child and her physical condition in the future, you can decide for yourself what to say. If you feel that it's not appropriate to say it, I can explain it to her. Okay. Hua Jingyao looked at her focused and serious face, and leaned over to kiss her forehead. Thank you, wife. You've worked hard. He was glib. Su Qingseng glanced at him. Okay. There's no need to say nice words. Hurry up and go see her. She'll probably wake up from the anesthesia in a while. I have an outpatient clinic. I'll come back later. Okay. Su Qingseng was about to leave, but she suddenly stopped again. By the way, you should hire a female nurse to take care of her. You're a man. It's not that convenient. Meeting Hua Jinyao's teasing gaze, Su Qingseng turned her face away in a very casual manner. To say the least, you're a man with a wife. You still have to pay attention to your image. Hua Jinyao suddenly curled the corners of his lips and moved his face closer to Su Qingseng. Jealous? He wasn't jealous just now. Now he even said to pay attention to his image. What's so funny about me being jealous? If I'm not jealous one day you'll cry. Her playful voice made Hua Jinyao's gloomy mood much better. Wife, have I ever told you that you look so cute when you're jealous? Su Qingseng rolled her eyes at him and turned to leave without saying anything else. After she left, Hua Jinyao's expression immediately became very serious. 10 minutes later, he appeared in Qi Shiwei's ward. Her face was much uglier than when she had been sent to the hospital. After a cesarean section, a pregnant woman's stomach would not immediately disappear. At that moment, Qi Shiwei gave off the feeling that she was still pregnant. She just lay there. If it weren't for the fact that she was still breathing, Hua Jinyao would have suspected that she had passed away just like that. Qi Shiwei's body was very weak. She slept until night before she woke up. She had just woken up, and her spirit was very poor. Her entire body gave off a weak feeling. Hua Jinyao had already asked Yang Wenchang to send some important business matters over to deal with. Seeing that Qi Shiwei had woken up, he immediately went forward and sat by her bed. Shiwei, how are you? Do you feel okay? Are you hungry? Do you want to eat? Qi Shiwei blinked her eyes and took a long time to recover. After she recovered, she suddenly looked at Hua Jinyao. Where's my child? Where's my child? How is it? Is it a boy or a girl? After the surgery, her voice was even hoarser than before. Even she herself felt uncomfortable and dry. But now, she couldn't care less about that. She just wanted to know how her child was doing. When she was in the United States, she couldn't tell if it was a boy or a girl because the month was too young. After returning to China, the doctor wouldn't tell her the gender of the child. She had always wanted to have a daughter. This would make her feel that the child was no longer in her stomach, so it must have been born. Where's the child? The anticipation in her eyes was too obvious. Hua Jinyao didn't know what to say for a moment. It's a boy. Su Qingseng had come once just now. Hua Jinyao finally had the time to ask if Qi Shiwei's child was a boy or a girl. Thinking of that child, he still felt a lingering fear. That child was so young, but unfortunately, he was no longer around. A boy. Qi Shiwei was a little disappointed, but only for a moment. A boy is good. Where's the child now? Can I see him? Hug him? Shiwei, your due date isn't today. You should know that, right? Chapter 6:12. Qi Shiwei wanted to see the child. Shiwei, your body is very weak now. Why don't you go after you recover a little? I know my body is very weak. I just want to take a look. Can't I take a look? When Qi Shiwei finished speaking in a hoarse voice, she was about to sit up when Hua Jinyao held her down in time. Shiwei, wait a moment. Seeing her like this, Hua Jinyao almost didn't know what to say next. What? Hua Jinyao closed his eyes. He felt a little helpless, but he had to say it. Your child was not saved. Qi Shiwei was stunned. She blinked her eyes and didn't know what expression to put on her weak face. She just stared at Hua Jinyao. After saying that, Hua Jinyao couldn't say anything else. He could only look at her. After a few minutes, Qi Shiwei finally found her voice. Jinyao, are you joking? Hua Jinyao's expression was evasive. Not everyone could remain indifferent to the loss of a life. Jinyao, this joke is not funny. With a slight smile on her face, she looked reluctant. Obviously, she did not want to believe Hua Jinyao's words. Hua Jinyao knew that she wouldn't accept it so easily, but he still had to say something. Shiwei, your health isn't very good. This child stopped breathing the moment he was born. My condolences. He wasn't very good at comforting people. His feeble consolation sounded more or less powerless. Don't talk nonsense. Qi Shiwei didn't accept this result. Impossible. This was impossible. I clearly felt him moving in my stomach yesterday. He's fine, he's clearly fine. She became excited. Hua Jinyao's face was full of helplessness. Shiwei. Calm down. I don't believe it. My child. I want my child. I don't believe he's dead. You lied to me, you must have lied to me. Qi Shiwei sat up and reached out to pull out the needle in her hand. Hua Jinyao quickly stopped her. He held her hand down to keep her from moving. Shiwei, calm down. Your child is gone. Gone. Calm down, don't let him feel uneasy. Nonsense, you're lying to me. I don't believe it. I don't believe a word of it. Go away. Qi Shiwei struggled and insisted on pulling out the needle. She was determined to see her child. She had just given birth, so she shouldn't be very strong. However, now that she was stubborn, and Hua Jinyao was afraid of accidentally hurting her, he couldn't hold her down for a moment. Shiwei, calm down. Get out of my way, get out of my way. I'm going to see my baby. I'm going to see her. Qi Shiwei didn't want to listen to Hua Jinyao at all. She insisted on pulling out her needle. When Su Qingsang opened the door, she saw the scene in front of her. Qi Shiwei seemed to be about to get up, but Hua Jinyao pressed her down. From her point of view, the two of them seemed to be hugging each other. Shiwei, calm down. Go away, I hate you, you lied to me. My baby's fine. Where did he die? You lied to me. Go away. Su Qingsang listened to the conversation between the two of them. What else did she not understand? She frowned slightly and was about to go forward. Qi Shiwei's body was already weak, and her emotions were fluctuating so much. Before Su Qingsang could go forward to help Hua Jinyao calm her down, she had already fainted. Shiwei? Shiwei. Excuse me, let me take a look at her. Seeing Su Qingsang enter the door, Hua Jinyao moved his body to the side. Qingsang, you're here? Quick, look at her. She fainted. I know. Su Qingsang went forward to examine Qi Shiwei. A few minutes later, she looked at Hua Jinyao with a solemn expression. Her health wasn't good to begin with, and her previous pregnancy consumed too much of her vitality. Although the wound hasn't split open, her qi and blood are insufficient, and her health is very poor. If possible, try not to let her be stimulated again. Hua Jinyao looked at Su Qingsang. At this moment, she was completely a professional doctor. He knew that what she said made sense, but the problem was that some things were out of his control. She became like this when she heard that the child was gone. Hua Jinyao's voice was very low, whether it was because of their friendship as classmates, or because she had saved his life before. He didn't want Qi Shiwei to become like this. Su Qingsang looked at Qi Shiwei on the hospital bed and said softly, "Give her some time. I believe she'll slowly accept it." Su Qingsang had been in the hospital for a long time, and she had seen many such situations. Hua Jinyao was silent. He was only worried that Qi Shiwei wouldn't be able to accept it in the end. After all, he could feel how much she cared about this child. Have you eaten? Su Qingsang looked at Hua Jinyao's solemn expression and looked at the time. It was already past 8 in the evening. I ate a little. When he was dealing with work just now, Yang Wenchang had brought him dinner, but he didn't have much appetite. What about you? Have you eaten? Hua Jinyao looked at the white coat on Su Qingsang. Was she going to be on duty today? Yes. Su Qingsang was on duty today, so she had just gone to the cafeteria to eat. By the way, did you hire a nurse for her? Yes. The nurse will come over later. Su Qingsang turned her head to look at him. The meaning in her eyes was unclear. Don't tell me you want to stay here with her today? She has no other relatives now. I can't leave her alone. Su Qingsang took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Hua Jinyao. Should I praise you for being a good person? Or should I say that you don't know your limits and don't know how to keep your distance from other women? Hua Jinyao looked at the expressionless Su Qingsang. Are you angry? Can't I be angry? Su Qingsang spread her hands. My husband plans to stay here with another woman for the night. Do you think I can't be angry? She's in a special situation now. So she needs you to accompany her? Can't she hire a nurse? Qing sang. She wasn't usually such a petty person. Hua Jinyao was a little anxious and wanted to explain. Qing sang, she just lost her child, so her mood isn't very stable. She doesn't have any relatives in Rong City. I'm teasing you. Su Qingsang glanced at him and smiled. It's okay. You stay here. I'll go on the night shift. I'll come over to accompany you later when I'm free. Qingsang. Hua Jinyao looked at her and was surprised. You're really not angry? I'm really not. Su Qingsang looked at the time. She still had to go check the room. Alright, you stay here with her. I'm not such a petty person. Hua Jinyao was relieved. He reached out and rubbed Su Qingsang's hair. You. Alright. I'm leaving. Su Qingsang was about to leave, but Hua Jinyao reached out and hugged her. Qi Shiwei had done him a favor, and she had no other relatives in Rong City. No one else could help her except him. What? Are you touched? Su Qingsang turned her face to look at him with a faint smile in her eyes. If you're touched, remember to treat me well. Otherwise I won't let you off. Don't worry, that day won't come. After Su Qingsang left, the nurse came. The nurse was a woman in her 30s with the surname Jiang. Because Qi Shiwei's condition was unstable today, Hua Jinyao asked her to go back first and come back tomorrow morning. He stayed in the ward to deal with his work. When it came to Qi Shiwei, she didn't wake up again. He had just finished dealing with all the work and saved the information on the computer. Just as he was about to get up and move his body, the door of the ward was pushed open. The person in front of him was Lian Jin. Seeing that it was him, Hua Jinyao's expression didn't look too good. What are you doing here? Lian Jin didn't even look at him. He walked past him and was about to walk inside. There were still injuries on his face from Hua Jinyao's beating. There were several bruises on his face. These made him look a little disheveled. Hua Jinyao stood in front of him and looked at the injuries on his face. What? You still want to be beaten up by me again? Get lost. Lian Jin reached out to push Hua Jinyao. I'm here to see my wife. What does it have to do with you? So what if Shiwei is your wife? I only know that she doesn't want to see you now, and she won't see you. Get out of the way. This has nothing to do with you. Lian Jin rushed forward to wake Qi Shiwei up, but Hua Jinyao blocked him with one hand. His narrowed eyes revealed a hint of sharpness. If you don't want me to call someone to throw you out of the hospital, you can continue walking. Lian Jin had suffered a loss at Hua Jinyao's hands. Looking at him, he nodded hatefully. Okay. It's fine if I don't wake her up. Give me the child and I'll leave now. At the mention of the child, Hua Jinyao's expression changed. There's no child. What do you mean? The child wasn't saved. The child wasn't saved. Lian Jin was stunned for a moment before he quickly smiled. Don't try to lie to me. It's impossible. How could it not be saved? The child really wasn't saved. If you're here to have a child, you can go back now. Lian Jin sneered. He took a step forward and looked at Hua Jinyao in front of him. Where did you hide the child? I didn't hide it anywhere. I told you the child wasn't saved. Hua Jinyao looked regretful when he thought of the child. Do you think I'll believe you when you say that? You don't have to believe me. You can ask the doctor. That child really wasn't saved. Lian Jin nodded. Ask the doctor? Your Hua family has a big business. How do I know that you didn't collude with the doctor? If you want to think that way, I can't help it. Hua Jinyao frowned. He looked at Qi Shiwei, who was still frowning even though she was asleep on the bed. His voice was very soft. Lian Jin didn't believe Hua Jinyao's words at all. Don't think I don't know. You know all those doctors. It took him a lot of effort to find this side. Not only did he find it, but he also asked about it. The doctor who performed the surgery was called Su Qingsang. He also found out that Hua Jinyao and Su Qingsang were husband and wife. Husband and wife. Hua Jinyao frowned. The man in front of him didn't make sense at all. Lian Jin didn't want to talk to Hua Jinyao nicely either. Hand over the child and I'll leave. Otherwise I won't be polite. I told you the child wasn't saved. It's useless for you to look for me. You weren't saved? How can you be so calm if you weren't saved? Lian Jin didn't believe him at all. I don't care. Hand over the child for me. Hua Jinyao couldn't communicate with Lian Jin, and he didn't want Lian Jin to wake Qi Shiwei up. She was already very agitated. If she saw Lian Jin and became agitated again, something might happen. That wasn't what he wanted to see. He didn't respond, and Lian Jin pestered him even more. He insisted that Hua Jinyao was feeling guilty. Hua Jinyao was impatient to argue with him. He sent a message to Yang Wenchang and asked him to call a few people over. Lian Jin was still pestering him. Hua Jinyao lost his patience. Almost as soon as Yang Wenchang came up, he signaled that he could take Lian Jin away. How could Lian Jin leave just like that? He hadn't even seen his child yet. He started to make a fuss again, but it was useless this time. The people Yang Wenchang brought were quite powerful. In just a few days, Lian Jin was dragged away. Lian Jin was brought away by the people Yang Wenchang brought. His shoulder was pinched by the special forces, and he couldn't move at all. He wasn't short of money, but when he left, he glared at Hua Jinyao with hatred. Hua Jinyao, I won't let this go. Let me tell you, if you don't give me the child, I won't let this go. You can think whatever you want. I'll say it again. The child wasn't saved. He's no longer here. He waved his hand and had Lian Jin dragged out. Lian Jin was taken away, and the ward returned to silence. In just a short while, Su Qingseng was shocked. She came over and asked Hua Jinyao with concern what was going on. It's fine. It's all settled. Hua Jinyao met the concern in Su Qingseng's eyes and smiled at her. Are you done with your night shift? Do you want to rest? No, I'm on the night shift today. I won't leave until tomorrow morning. Su Qingseng looked in Qi Shiwei's direction. Is she still not awake? No. She hadn't woken up even after the commotion just now. Hua Jinyao couldn't help but be a little worried. It's fine. She's just too weak. Just let her sleep for a while. Su Qingseng had examined Qi Shiwei in detail. There wasn't much wrong with her body, but she was still too weak. In the current situation, it was normal for her to be unconscious for a long time. It was just that Qi Shiwei was unconscious for a long time. She slept until the next morning. The nurse Xiao Jiang had already arrived. Hua Jinyao had slept in the ward for a while yesterday. Su Qingseng had come to see him a few times. Seeing that Qi Shiwei had woken up, he asked Xiao Jiang to heat up the soup that he had asked Yang Wenchang to deliver. He turned around and saw that Qi Shiwei's eyes were wide open as she stared straight at the ceiling. Shiwei, are you okay? How do you feel? Qi Shiwei didn't hear Hua Jinyao's words at all. She remained in that position, staring at the sky above her head. Qi Shiwei in this state was even more worrying than yesterday, when she was hysterical. Shiwei, can you say something? Qi Shiwei didn't react. It was as if she didn't hear him. Shiwei, Qi Shiwei? Qi Shiwei blinked and turned to look at Hua Jinyao. Why are you still here? Shiwei, are you okay? You can go. Qi Shiwei looked at him, but her gaze didn't seem to be focused. I'm fine. I'm fine. Shiwei? She was in a good state. Hua Jinyao began to worry. You can go. I said I'm fine. Seeing that Hua Jinyao was standing there motionless, she added, You've been guarding me here all night, right? Aren't you afraid that your wife will misunderstand? Hurry up and leave. She won't misunderstand. I told her. No woman would be so generous. She doesn't mind. Qi Shiwei looked at him expressionlessly. You can go. I want to be alone for a while. After she said this, Hua Jinyao had no choice but to leave. Before he left, he looked at Qi Shiwei with a worried expression. Shiwei, if anything happens to you, call me. Tianyu Group was very close to the first hospital, and Su Qingseng was here. When the time came, he would tell her to let the other doctors keep an eye on her. Qi Shiwei saw that Hua Jinyao was still motionless. You can go. I told you, I want to be alone. Hua Jinyao had no choice but to leave. He wanted Xiao Jiang to stay, but Xiao Jiang was also chased away by Qi Shiwei. Hua Jinyao walked to the door and looked at Qi Shiwei one last time. Shiwei, you have to calm down. I told you to calm down. Xiao Jiang is right outside. If there's anything, just call me. He thought of the two pregnant women who had an accident in Su Qingseng's hospital in Lin City. His back felt a chill. Shiwei, No matter what you're thinking now, you have to remember that the most important thing is to be alive. Nothing is more important than life. Qi Shiwei heard this. She turned her face and looked at Hu Jingyao blankly. What? Do you think I'll commit suicide? Don't worry. I won't do such a cowardly thing. After saying this, she closed her eyes and refused to look at Hu Jingyao again. Hu Jingyao had no choice but to leave. Before he left, he instructed Xiao Jiang to guard the door and pay attention to the movements inside. After leaving the ward, he went straight to Su Qingsang's office. She had been on the night shift for the whole night and was already very tired. At this moment, she was sleeping on the small bed in the duty room. When she saw Hu Jingyao come, she yawned and sat up. Why are you here? Have you had breakfast? Yes. Hu Jingyao nodded. Looking at the fatigue on her face, he felt a little heartache. Aren't you off work? Why aren't you home yet? I'll go back later. There's a meeting in the courtyard later. I'll go home after the meeting. Don't be too tired. If you don't have the energy for that meeting, let Director Sun apply for leave for you. Stop fooling around. It's just a meeting. How tired can I be? Don't always think about giving me special treatment. Su Qingsang stretched and felt much more awake. Her gaze fell on Hu Jingyao. He seemed to be in good spirits. How is she? Is she awake? Is she okay? She's awake. She's fine for the time being. Hu Jingyao thought of Qi Shiwei's performance just now. She was so calm that she didn't look like someone who had just lost a child. He told Su Qingsang about her condition. There was indeed a hint of worry in his words. Do you think she'll take things too hard? In fact, the Qi Shiwei he knew was a very strong-willed and strong-willed person. However, he could tell that Qi Shiwei's recent condition was obviously not good. He was very afraid that she would be impulsive or take things too hard. I don't know. Su Qingsang shook her head. Some women could slowly recover after losing their children. But some people had to spend a long time to get over that kind of pain. I'll see her later. I think my identity as a doctor will always make her feel better. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Your friend is also my friend. Besides, she's my patient. Don't worry. I'll definitely let the other colleagues keep an eye on her. Okay. Hu Jingyao was naturally willing to believe that Qi Shiwei wasn't such a fragile person. He still had something to do at the company. After asking Su Qingsang to take care of her, he left. Su Qingsang looked at the time. There was still nearly an hour before the meeting. She went back to sleep for a while. When she woke up, she washed her face in the bathroom of the duty room. She woke up and tidied herself up before heading to the meeting room. In the obstetrics and gynecology department, apart from the doctors in the outpatient department, Chief Sun, Deputy Chief Shun, Yang Lu, Zheng Qinyu, and Ling Fei were all there. There were also some people from other departments. Su Qingsang knew some of them, but she didn't know some of them. The meeting soon began. Su Qingsang listened for a while before the door of the meeting room was pushed open. The head nurse Li Meilin stood at the door. Behind her were two uniformed police officers. Everyone looked at the door, and Su Qingsang also looked at Li Meilin. What was going on in front of her? Police officers? Deputy Director Zhou Xiaonan, who was in charge of the meeting, stood up. Before he could say anything, the two police officers had already walked to Su Qingsang and stood in front of her. You're Su Qingsang? The two police officers looked at Su Qingsang from head to toe, as if they were confirming it. One of the older policewomen was the first to ask. Yes, I'm Su Qingsang. Su Qingsang was sitting near the bottom of the meeting room. When she was suddenly called up by the police for questioning, she stood up as well. Are you a doctor in the obstetrics and gynecology department? Yes. Su Qingsang blinked her eyes and subconsciously looked at Sun Huya. Sun Huya was also a little confused. Her eyes were filled with worry. She didn't understand why the police were asking these questions. Yesterday, you delivered a child to a pregnant woman? Yes. The policewoman's voice was a little cold. Su Qingsang nodded. She had only performed one delivery surgery yesterday, and it was Qi Shiwei's. Is that child dead? Yes. Su Qingsang nodded. She didn't understand what the other party wanted to ask. The policewoman showed her ID to Su Qingsang, then looked at her with a serious face. Ms. Su Qingsang, We suspect that you are related to a murder case. Please come with us to assist in the investigation. What? Su Qingsang thought that she had heard wrongly. What case did you say? A murder case. The policewoman's attitude was not bad. She repeated, You are suspected of murdering Miss Qi Shiwei's newborn baby. Now please come with us. Su Qingsang's lips moved. This time, she glanced at Sun Huiya again. Sun Huiya was already anxious when she heard this. She stood up and walked to Su Qingsang's side. Police comrade, are you mistaken? Qingsang is just a doctor. The child's death has nothing to do with her. Here's the thing. I'm sorry, regardless of whether she did it or not. We need her to go with us to assist in the investigation. But there's no such thing. If there's no such thing, we will naturally clear her name. Now come with us. Chapter 613. It was Su Qingsang's first time coming to a place like the police station. She was taken to a small dark room. She had watched TV before. When her eyes met the glass, she knew that someone was staring at them. Su Qingsang wasn't afraid. Instead, she felt that it was a little novel. A normal person would never come to a place like this in their lifetime. It was a rare experience. The two policemen who brought her here happened to be a man and a woman. The policewoman saw her coming. Not only did she not panic, but she also looked so calm. This person was either too magnanimous or too good at acting. Sit down, the policewoman said. Su Qingsang looked at the table. There were 2 chairs on one side and one on the other. The armrest of the chair looked like the kind that could be used to handcuff a prisoner in movies and TV shows. Su Qingsang frowned. She was only here to assist in the investigation today. Why were these people treating her like a prisoner now? Su Qingsang, sit down. The policewoman called again, her voice obviously reprimanding. Su Qingsang glanced at her indifferently and stepped forward to sit down on the chair. Fortunately, the person didn't handcuff her. Otherwise, she couldn't guarantee that she would still be able to cooperate. The 2 policemen sat down opposite her. As soon as the light was turned on, Su Qingsang instinctively closed her eyes. Su Qingsang. The policewoman took out a notebook, opened it, and began to record Su Qingsang's statement. Name. Su Qingsang. Su Qingsang felt that it was a little funny. The other party had just called her name, but now they were asking her what her name was? Gender? Female. Profession? Doctor. Obstetrician and gynecologist at the first hospital? Yes. You did an operation yesterday? Yes. What operation? A cesarean section. The other party already knew, but still came to ask. Su Qingsang was quite helpless. The questions that the other party wanted to ask were very simple, and she cooperated and answered them. The first few were all appetizers. Soon it was the main point. Someone is accusing you of murdering the newborn baby that you delivered yesterday. Su Qingsang froze for a moment. Even though she knew her crime, she still couldn't help but laugh when she heard it unexpectedly. Comrade, are you kidding? Be serious. Police comrade, I did perform a cesarean section yesterday. I was the chief surgeon. The baby wasn't breathing when it was born. How did it become me who murdered the child? The 2 policemen looked at each other, and the policewoman looked at Su Qingsang. Su Qingsang, the informant said that you could have killed the baby during the delivery. Officer, you might not understand, but I don't have the final say in the operating theater. It was impossible for a surgery to be completed by only one person. For a cesarean section, other than the chief surgeon, which is me, there are also assistant doctors, midwives, nurses, and anesthetists in the operating theater. I would like to ask, how can we kill that newborn baby in front of so many people? You mean you have nothing to do with the baby's death? Of course. Su Qingsang's voice was very soft. If you don't believe me, you can ask the other doctors, nurses, and my other colleagues in the operating room yesterday. They can prove that I'm not lying. Then do you admit that it might be because of your improper operation during the operation, because of your delay, that the baby died? In other words, even if you didn't do it on purpose, there was still a medical problem? Su Qingsang felt like laughing at that moment. Judging from the other party's attitude, it seemed like she had to put some kind of crime on her head. As I said just now, the operating theater isn't mine alone. All our operations are strictly according to the doctor's ethics. So I don't think there's a medical problem with me. So you insist that the baby's death has nothing to do with you? Yes. I'm also very sorry that I didn't succeed in saving the baby's life. Not to mention the fact that Qi Shiwei had saved Hu Jinyao's life. Even if she was just an ordinary doctor, she wouldn't leave him in the lurch. Don't you have any responsibility for this medical accident? The policewoman's words were very rude, and Su Qingsang frowned. Officer, first of all, this isn't a medical accident. This is just an accident that we don't want to happen, but it happened. Second, doctors are just doctors, ordinary people. If we can cure all diseases, if we can save all lives, then we're no longer humans, we're gods. We're not gods. We can't save all lives. Although we hope so, we can't do it. Su Qingsang's voice was very soft. As a doctor, she had sworn an oath on the day she graduated from medical school. But sometimes, even if they tried their best, it was impossible for the results to be perfect. The two policemen looked at each other, and finally, one of the doctors looked at Su Qingsang. Su Qingsang, you don't need to brag here, and you don't need to defend yourself here. Since we've called you here for questioning, it's because you have the motive to hurt that baby. I have a motive. What motive did she have? That's right. The policewoman nodded. At this point, do you still not want to confess? Sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean. What do I have to confess? You have a grudge against that woman. Su Qingsang almost choked on her own saliva. I have a grudge against that woman? When she said me, she specially pointed at herself, her face full of disbelief. When did she have a grudge against Qi Shiwei? That's right. The male policeman nodded, and his voice was very calm. We already have all the evidence in the situation, so it's better for you to be honest. Evidence? What evidence? What does the woman who lost her child have to do with you? Do you really not want to confess? I'm sorry, Comrade Police. I really don't know what my relationship with her is. Why don't you tell me? The policewoman nodded. It seems that you won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. As she spoke, she took out a document from the side and spread it in front of Su Qingsang. Qi Shiwei, female, 30 years old this year. From Rong City. She used to be a couple with your husband, Hu Jinyao, at Yale University. Ever since Qi Shiwei returned to the country, she has been in contact with Hu Jinyao. We have evidence that Hu Jinyao has been in and out of the villa, where Qi Shiwei lives many times. Su Qingsang blinked and looked at the few photos on the document. One of them was Hu Jinyao entering a villa, and the other was Hu Jinyao sitting in the garden with Qi Shiwei. Hu Jinyao seemed to be hugging Qi Shiwei. His hand was on Qi Shiwei's waist, and the two of them looked extremely intimate. Su Qingsang furrowed her brows slightly when she saw the photo. Her expression seemed to confirm the police's guess. The policewoman took the document back. The expression on her face was colder than before. Now can you confess? What do you want me to confess to? Su Qingsang, you have to know that it's not good for you to be like this now. The policewoman knocked on the table with a threatening look on her face. Leniency for confessing, severity for resistance. You should have heard of this before, right? I've heard of it, but I don't quite understand. What do I have to confess to? Are you still playing dumb? The male policeman slammed the table hard. You clearly knew that Hu Jinyao was in a relationship with Qi Shiwei. You were indignant. That's why you thought of a way to secretly kill him. But you knew that you couldn't kill Qi Shiwei, so you attacked that child, right? Su Qingsang couldn't even laugh now. She looked at the male policeman with a hint of mockery on her face. Do you police officers now not care about evidence, but rely on guesses to solve cases? Su Qingsang, be honest. Su Qingsang smiled and looked at the two policemen in front of her. I just want to ask, do you have any evidence? Su Qingsang, it's useless to argue. Please answer our questions honestly. You killed Qi Shiwei's child because you were unhappy with your husband's relationship with Qi Shiwei, didn't you? Comrade policeman, from now on, I refuse to answer any of your questions. Su Qingsang's temper flared up. She placed her hands on the table and looked at the two policemen in front of her with an extremely serious expression. Either you show me the evidence and send me to prison in an open and above-board manner. Or please let me go. You have no reason. And you can't pin such a serious crime on me just because of a groundless guess. Su Qingsang, do you really think we can't do anything to you? The policewoman glared at Su Qingsang with obvious dissatisfaction in her eyes. I'll say it again. Please be honest. I refuse. Su Qingsang threw out these 3 words and didn't answer any of the other party's questions. Now, she was only waiting for Hu Jiniao to find a lawyer to get her out of here. She believed that Hu Jiniao wouldn't let her down. When Hu Jiniao went to the hospital, he didn't know that Su Qingsang had been taken away. After all, no one told him. He first went to Qi Shiwei's ward. After Xiao Jiang called him and said that a man had come to the ward, Qi Shiwei was very agitated and was in a pinch. When he entered the ward, Qi Shiwei was sitting on the bed. She had just given birth, and she was very weak. But even so, she still glared at the person in front of her with hatred. Lian Jin stood about a meter away from the bed. There was still Xiao Jiang between him and Qi Shiwei. Xiao Jiang stood in front of Lian Jin and looked at him with fear and worry in her eyes. Seeing that Hu Jiniao had arrived, Lian Jin sneered. What? Do you think you don't have to solve the problem between us just because you called your lover? Lian Jin, I have nothing to say to you. Get lost. Qi Shiwei was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently. She was like a piece of paper floating in the wind, feeling as if she could fall at any moment. Hu Jiniao took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Lian Jin in place of Xiao Jiang. It seems that I was too polite to you yesterday. Yang Wenchang had already called for people to guard outside. As long as he called for them, they could come in at any time and throw Lian Jin out of the hospital. Hu Jiniao, you still have time to care about me now? Lian Jin looked at Hu Jiniao and smiled meaningfully. TSK, I really can tell that you still have such deep feelings for this woman. Lian Jin, keep your mouth clean. Hu Jiniao's eyes were sharp, and his expression was sinister. What? Are you angry from embarrassment? You don't even care about your wife for this woman. Did I say something wrong? What did he mean? Before Hu Jiniao could react, Lian Jin sneered and looked past Hu Jiniao at Qi Shiwei, who was lying on the hospital bed. Qi Shiwei, either hand over the child to me, or I can only think of another way to get you to hand over the child. Get lost. Qi Shiwei had already lost that child, and she was already sad enough. But Lian Jin was adding insult to injury. She couldn't help but feel angry. Lian Jin, if you don't leave now, do you believe that I'll die with you? Lian Jin sneered and looked at Hu Jiniao. Just as he was about to say something, he turned to look at her because of Qi Shiwei's words. Shiwei, don't be impulsive. There's no need to lower yourself to the same level as such a person. As he spoke, he called Yang Wenchang over and asked him to bring his men to throw Lian Jin out. This time, Lian Jin had a smile on his face. That smile had a deeper meaning. Hu Jiniao, if you have the ability, guard her for the rest of your life. I'd like to see if you'll regret it in the end. Hu Jiniao was impatient to listen to his nonsense. He waved his hand and asked Yang Wenchang to take him away. After Lian Jin left, Qi Shiwei almost lost all her strength. Her body went limp and she fell back. Xiao Jiang took a pillow and placed it behind her, then helped her steady herself. She sat there leaning against the headboard, her face devoid of any color. Hu Jiniao asked Xiao Jiang to go out and instructed Yang Wenchang to get someone to guard the door of the ward. Only then did he return to the bed and look at Qi Shiwei with a worried expression. Shiwei, do you need me to help you find a new place? Qi Shiwei sat there woodenly. When she heard Hu Jiniao's words, she looked up at him. Why look for a new place? I'm so weak now. If he comes looking for me again, it'll be useless no matter where I go. Hu Jiniao's brows were tightly knitted together. He had never asked Qi Shiwei about her and Lian Jin. But now that Lian Jin had come looking for her again and again, he really couldn't guard her for the rest of his life. Aren't you divorced with him? Do you need to call the police? Let the police handle it. Qi Shiwei looked at him and suddenly laughed. Divorce? How could that pervert let me off so easily? Shiwei. Hu Jiniao was even more confused by her expression. What exactly happened between you and him? Qi Shiwei glanced at Hu Jiniao, lowered her head, and placed her hand on her abdomen. There used to be a child there, but that child was no longer there. She had always been running away and hiding. She thought that she could hide. But it seemed that at this moment, she realized that she couldn't hide at all. Chapter 6:14. Qi Shiwei's hand froze on her abdomen. She sat on the hospital bed looking lifeless. Her eyes were lifeless as well. She was staring at an unknown point. Do you still remember my stepmother? Your stepmother? Isn't she in prison? Yes. She's in prison. Qi Shiwei chuckled. Her voice was extremely sarcastic. She's in prison, and she died in prison. Hu Jiniao's eyes widened. If he remembered correctly, Qi Shiwei's stepmother was sentenced to 15 years in prison. I don't know whose retribution this is. Is it mine? It was Lian Jin's. Oh right, his full name was not Lian Jin, but Shen Jin. Lian is his mother's surname. She is my stepmother, Shen Mingzhu's younger brother. What? This time, even Hu Jiniao was surprised. Are you saying that Lian Jin is your stepmother's younger brother? Are you sure? He said it himself. Qi Shiwei's expression didn't change. She didn't want to recall her stupidity, but in fact, she was really stupid. For so many years, she had rejected the advances of those men. Firstly, she hadn't met anyone that she liked. Secondly, she always thought that if she had the chance, she would still want to find a Chinese man. Just the year before last, Shen Jin appeared in front of her under the alias of Lian Jin. At first, Lian Jin was a marketing director of her partner company. They were both from China, and were both struggling in a foreign country. When working together, Qi Shiwei was more patient with Lian Jin than with others. Soon, she admired Lian Jin's ability in public affairs. Outside of work, Lian Jin began to contact her in private. She was a very slow person to warm up. Back then, Hu Jiniao was so outstanding, but she didn't fall in love with him. Therefore, Qi Shiwei even thought that she would never fall in love with another man in her life. After all, there were very few men in the world who were more outstanding and had a better personality than Hu Jiniao. She was wary of others, so Lian Jin patiently expressed his goodwill and approached her again and again. She didn't believe in men, so Lian Jin kept putting down his pride and using his own efforts to move her. Again and again, Qi Shiwei's heart wasn't made of iron. What's more, she was struggling alone in a foreign land. She had also experienced her father's affair and her mother's death. Deep in her bones, she longed for warmth and love. Lian Jin spent nearly a year pursuing her. She was finally moved. On Lian Jin's birthday, she agreed to live with him. During the first half of their cohabitation, she lived a very happy life. She thought she was the happiest woman in the world. However, the more blissful she felt before, the more painful she felt afterwards. Half a year later, Lian Jin began to leave early and return late. At first, she could convince herself that he was busy with work. However, as she continued to discover women's perfume, women's hair, and even other women's lips on his body, she could no longer deceive herself. She quarreled with Lian Jin and argued with him. Lian Jin said that he had made a mistake and asked her to forgive him. In his pleading, she forgave him for the first time. But reality told him that if there was a first, there would be a second. If there were two, there would be three. After that, Lian Jin reverted to his old ways, and Qi Shiwei couldn't take it anymore. One day, when Lian Jin returned late, she told Lian Jin that she wanted to break up. Lian Jin, that pervert, imprisoned her at that time. He threw away all her clothes and left her naked at home. But he still went out every day, and came back to deliberately let her see the traces of other women on his body. In the end, he even openly brought other women back. He let her watch him make out with other women. Qi Shiwei was almost driven crazy by Lian Jin. That day, she held a knife and was about to stab Lian Jin. But she was a woman and couldn't beat Lian Jin in martial arts, so the knife was taken away by him. When Qi Shiwei was about to break up and sue him, Lian Jin told her, if she wanted to break up, she could forget about it. What he wanted to do was to torture her. He wanted to torture her all the time, to make her suffer. Qi Shiwei didn't understand and asked Lian Jin why. Shen Mingzhu, do you still remember? Who are you? Who are you? I'm Shen Jin, Shen Mingzhu's younger brother. Lian Jin and Shen Mingzhu had a good relationship. In the early years, the family's conditions were poor, and Shen Mingzhu worked a few jobs to reduce the burden on the family. Later, when she went to work, most of her salary was given to the family. Lian Jin had deep feelings for her. Later, Shen Mingzhu married someone. Although that man was more than 10 years older than Shen Mingzhu, he treated Shen Mingzhu very well. The Shen family had no objections. But the Shen family didn't expect that Shen Mingzhu would be sent to prison after being married for less than 10 years. The Shen family couldn't accept this fact. They appealed, but it was useless. The evidence was conclusive. Shen Mingzhu was sentenced to 15 years. 15 years. When she came out, she was already old. Shen Jin was the first to not accept it. But what they didn't expect was yet to come. Not long after Shen Mingzhu went to prison, she actually had a miscarriage. It turned out that she already had a child when she was locked up, but she hadn't gotten pregnant for so many years. In addition, she was distracted by the fact that she was arrested. By the time she found out, the child was already gone. Shen Mingzhu lost her child. A place like prison couldn't have a good environment. Her health deteriorated. Not long after, the prison transferred them to a prison in a neighboring city because of the new protective equipment. Shen Mingzhu, who had changed to a new environment, was bullied. Once she had a conflict with a cellmate. In the end, because she was too weak, she was seriously injured by the other party. Not long after she was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment, she passed away. That person was naturally sentenced. But all of this was meaningless to Lian Jin. After Shen Mingzhu died, the Shen family's parents were sad every day. Especially Mother Shen. Because the knot in her heart couldn't be resolved, she followed after 2 years. On the day Mother Shen passed away, Father Shen couldn't take the blow and ran off to become a monk. To Lian Jin, a good family was torn apart just like that. After his mother passed away and his father became a monk, he was depressed for a long time. Later he understood. All of this was Qi Shiwei's fault. If she hadn't sent Shen Mingzhu to prison, if it hadn't been for Qi Shiwei, how could the Shen family have become like this? Lian Jin thought it through and decided to take revenge. The simplest and most direct revenge was to make Qi Shiwei suffer. He didn't want to kill Qi Shiwei. After all, he didn't want to go to prison. After thinking about it, he finally thought of a way. It was a brilliant way to take revenge. Previously, Qi Shiwei had lost a lot of money because she died in prison. Lian Jin took the money and followed her out of the country. With money, a lot of things would become very simple. Moreover, he was quite lucky. When he was looking for a job, he met his later boss. That boss appreciated his enthusiasm and drive, so he kept helping him. After having the ability, Lian Jin began to investigate Qi Shiwei. Then he got close to her. Perhaps the heavens were helping him. The company that Qi Shiwei worked for actually had a cooperation with their company. The heavens were simply helping him. Everything that happened next was much simpler. Lian Jin approached step by step, and step by step, Qi Shiwei let down her guard. In the end, Qi Shiwei fell in love with him. When she loved him so much that she couldn't extricate herself, Lian Jin decided to take the last step of revenge. Qi Shiwei didn't expect Lian Jin's true identity to be her stepmother's younger brother. After knowing Lian Jin's identity, she decided not to let him do whatever he wanted. She thought of a way to steal the woman's phone and call the police when Lian Jin brought another woman over again. The police arrived very quickly, but because Lian Jin had evidence to prove that they were husband and wife, the police didn't interfere too much in their affairs. Under Qi Shiwei's constant requests, she was finally able to leave Lian Jin's place. Lian Jin was also warned by the police. They said that even if they were husband and wife, he couldn't lock his wife up. Lian Jin's attitude was very good again, indicating that he would definitely be careful in the future. Qi Shiwei said that she wanted a divorce, and the police didn't interfere in such matters. They thought that it was their own business. Qi Shiwei had no choice but to give Lian Jin the divorce agreement and find a lawyer. She who thought that Lian Jin wouldn't dare to come again, also returned to the company after being tormented. She started working. In order to stop herself from thinking about that bastard Lian Jin, she devoted all her energy to work. That was how the proposal came about. After she made the proposal, Lian Jin came out. He came to her door and raped her. Qi Shiwei already knew that there was no way to call the police. She and Lian Jin were husband and wife, so Lian Jin could do whatever he wanted. Moreover, with the evidence, it was useless for Qi Shiwei to defend herself, because Lian Jin actually had the photos of her in bed with him. There was also the video, plus their relationship as husband and wife. She had no way to get rid of Lian Jin and face Lian Jin's repeated harassment. Qi Shiwei was mentally and physically exhausted, but she didn't expect that she was already pregnant at this time. Moreover, it had already been more than 3 months. In addition, her health was already poor to begin with. The doctor told her that if she chose to abort the child, the end result would be that she might never have a child of her own again. Qi Shiwei, who was in a dilemma and constantly conflicted, finally chose to keep the child. She was now alone. If possible, she wanted to have a child. That way, she wouldn't be lonely in the future. That was good too. The child was hers alone. She didn't expect Lian Jin to come looking for her again at that time. Qi Shiwei had no choice but to escape back to the country. Her mother had left her a sum of money, including the villa she was living in now. She chose to stay here to keep the baby. Firstly, she didn't have the energy, and secondly, she thought about how Hu Jiniao had taken care of her before. So she gave the proposal to Hu Jiniao. She thought that she could give birth to the child safely, but she didn't expect Lian Jin to come looking for her again. Her voice was very soft, and towards the end, it was almost hoarse. Hu Jiniao didn't expect things to turn out like this. He looked at Qi Shiwei, whose face was pale, and who looked like she had lost her soul, and poured her a glass of water. Chapter 615. Previously, Hu Jiniao had only thought that Qi Shiwei and Lian Jin had ended up like this because they hadn't parted on good terms regarding the divorce. He didn't expect Lian Jin to be Shen Mingzhu's younger brother. Of course, he knew about Shen Mingzhu. Back then, Shen Mingzhu had someone tamper with the car. In the end, Qi Shiwei's mother died. She was sentenced to 15 years in prison because of Hu Jiniao. He never thought that one day, Shen Mingzhu's family would come to take revenge on Qi Shiwei. What did this have to do with Qi Shiwei? Shen Mingzhu had killed someone, and she had to pay with her life. She had to pay the price. How could Lian Jin have the face to make Qi Shiwei pay the price? Even take revenge on Qi Shiwei? He didn't know what Qi Shiwei was thinking now. If she decided to take revenge, Hu Jiniao would definitely help her. It doesn't matter anymore. Qi Shiwei's eyes were empty, and she looked very confused. Let him be. The child was gone anyway. She had nothing left, so she didn't care about losing it. But Jiniao, thank you for helping me so much. But I'll do the rest myself. Qi Shiwei turned to look at Hu Jiniao. Her eyes seemed to be a little different. Hu Jiniao was a little worried. I think he's not letting you go now. You have to think of a way to solve it, right? That's my problem. Shiwei, we're friends. Jiniao, I thank you. But there are some things that I can solve myself. Qi Shiwei's face was full of fatigue. Hu Jiniao wanted to say something else, but he knew that she wouldn't listen anymore. He could only think that if there was a chance, he would get someone to keep an eye on her. With him around, he believed that Lian Jin wouldn't act so easily. By the way, Jiniao, there's something I really want your help with. What? I want to see that child. This request stunned Hu Jiniao. Shiwei, you. Qi Shiwei blinked her eyes and looked at him. Her expression was unusually determined and stubborn. No matter what, he's been in my stomach for 7 or 8 months. I want to see him. Hu Jiniao didn't think that was a good idea. Looking at the stubbornness in Qi Shiwei's eyes, he nodded helplessly. I'll go ask for you. In fact, he didn't know where a newborn baby like that would be placed in the hospital. He needed to ask Su Qingsang. Sorry to trouble you. Hu Jiniao glanced at her worriedly. He wasn't sure if she would lose control when she saw the child. He left the ward and instructed Yang Wenchang's men to guard the door and not let Lian Jin in again. He went to the obstetrics and gynecology office by himself. However, before he could reach it, Sun Huya happened to come out. She was on the phone. When she saw Hu Jinniao, her eyes lit up. She quickly hung up the phone and walked to Hu Jinniao. "Director Sun, is Qingsang here? What are you doing? Don't you know? The police took Qingsang away." "What did you say?" It was Hu Jinniao's turn to be surprised. His expression suddenly changed, and he took half a step forward. "Tell me clearly, why was Qingsang taken away by the police?" "It's like this." Sun Huya told him what had happened in the morning. She was also anxious. How could Qingsang murder that child? We all saw it. When the child was born, it was already not breathing. In fact, Hu Jinniao took too long to send them over. Moreover, it wasn't a matter of delay at all. Even if Hu Jinniao had sent Qi Shiwei to another hospital, the child might not have been able to survive. The lack of oxygen for too long, and the child's body was already weak when it was in the mother's body. When Sun Huya and Hu Jinniao were in Sea City for disaster relief, she was familiar with Hu Jinniao. Her voice couldn't hide the urgency. "Jinniao, you can't not believe in Qingsang's medical ethics, let alone her character. She would never do such a thing." "I know, Director Sunday. I know everything. Don't worry, I'll settle this matter." He turned around and left. Hu Jinniao didn't have the time to ask Qi Shiwei to see the child. He took out his phone and started to make a call. His eyes were sharper than ever. Su Qingsang would kill someone? What a joke. Needless to say, it must have been Lian Jin who did it. He must have thought that the child was still alive. In order to force him to hand over the child, he deliberately called the police and had Su Qingsang taken away. After hanging up the phone, Hu Jinniao turned around and was about to go to Qi Shiwei's ward. However, he stopped after taking 2 steps. Lian Jin. He remembered it. After Su Qingsang was interrogated, she was actually denied bail. The reason was that her problem hadn't been solved yet. Hu Jinniao looked at the person in front of him and said in a cold voice, "Director Zhao, I want to ask, what crime did my wife commit?" When Director Zhao saw Hu Jinniao come straight to his door, he felt sweat on his forehead. How did he know that his subordinates were so unruly? How did they offend this great Buddha in front of them that they couldn't afford to offend? Who didn't know about the Hu family in Rong City? Not to mention the Hu family's status in Rong City. Although the one from the Hu family had retired, his son had now gone up. Not to mention that the granddaughter of the Hu family was married to a commander. He thought of the news he had received that Hu Mingguang's cousin, Hu Mingfan, was about to be transferred to the province. Director Zhao's back was drenched in sweat. "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding." Hu Jinniao looked at the time. "It's been more than 6 hours since you took my wife away. I want to ask, you said that you invited my wife to assist in the investigation. Since it's to assist in the investigation, it proves that you have no evidence to prove that my wife has committed a crime. Since you have no evidence, what reason do you have to hold my wife captive?" "President Hu, look, my subordinates are too muddle-headed. I'll take you to release your wife now." "It's natural to release my wife. My wife didn't do anything wrong. I'm here to make this clear to you. Yes. We will definitely give you an explanation for this matter." Director Zhao originally wanted to ask someone to bring Hu Jinniao to bring Su Qingsang out. But how could he dare to let someone else bring him out? He directly led the way and brought Hu Jinniao to the place where Su Qingsang was kept. After Su Qingsang arrived, she asked to make a phone call, but no one paid attention to her. Not only did they not let her talk to anyone on the phone, but they also didn't let her leave. However, when she asked them to produce evidence to prove her guilt, these people couldn't produce it. It was fine if they couldn't produce it, but they insisted on blaming her and saying that she had failed in her duty. They said that the cause of the baby's death was because of her. Su Qingsang almost knelt down to these people. These people were really ridiculous. What she didn't know was that the fierce-looking male policeman was Lian Jin's classmate. Lian Jin found him and told him to teach Su Qingsang a lesson. Since she couldn't get out, Su Qingsang wasn't in a hurry to get out. She began to wonder who was trying to make things difficult for her. Hui Yifan and Su Peijian were both in prison. The second trial had ended, and both of them upheld the original verdict. She also wanted to go over and see Xiang Kaiping, but she didn't know how to face Xiang Kaiping several times. In the end, she could only give up. Xiang Kaiping needed time, and so did she. Therefore, from the second trial of Su Peijian and Hu Yifun's case until now, Su Qingseng hadn't seen Xiang Kaiping even once. Could it be Xiang Kaiping's doing? Su Qingseng immediately rejected this idea. Based on her understanding of Xiang Kaiping, it was unlikely that she would do such a thing. Then who was it? Qi Shiwei? Su Qingseng immediately shook her head. She had lost her child, and it was indeed a sad time. But if Qi Shiwei was that kind of person, Hu Jinyao wouldn't have become good friends with her. Or had she misjudged him? Su Qingseng's mind was running wild. She thought of many possibilities, but she rejected them one by one. The male police officer had come twice in the middle, and both times, he had asked her to confess. Su Qingseng was speechless. She had always had high respect for the police and the military, especially since Zhang Yichen saved her last time. She had regarded such people as heroes of the people. But what was going on now? The other party had no evidence, but he was just insisting that she confess? She was still wondering why the police officer was biting her like this, and not letting her go when the door of the little dark room opened. She thought that the police officer was here to make her confess again, so she sat there without moving. She didn't expect that it wasn't the police officer who came this time, but Hu Jinyao. Beside him was a middle-aged man, also wearing a uniform. Su Qingseng glanced at him. Before she could say anything, Hu Jinyao had already walked up to her in 3 steps. He reached out and pulled her up into his arms. There were people beside them, and Hu Jinyao's enthusiastic behavior made Su Qingseng a little embarrassed. More than that, she felt relieved, and she trusted Hu Jinyao. It was great that he was here. She knew that he would definitely come to take her out, but she didn't expect him to be so fast. She had thought that she would have to stay here for a whole day, just like how it was shown on TV for 24 hours before she could leave. "I'm sorry I'm late." He didn't notice that Su Qingseng had been taken away by the police immediately and let her suffer here for so many hours. Thinking of this, Hu Jinyao felt very guilty. He let go of his hands and stepped back a little. He put his hands on Su Qingseng's shoulders and looked up and down. "How are you? Are you okay?" Su Qingseng shook her head. After all, times had changed. Even if they wanted to make things difficult for her, they couldn't really do anything to her. Hu Jinyao breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as he turned around, he saw a man and a woman standing behind Director Zhao. The two of them looked at Hu Jinyao and seemed to be a little surprised. The male police officer's expression was even better. Just as he was about to say something, Director Zhao turned around and scolded the two men. "What are you doing? Is Mrs. Hu someone you can touch? You two idiots. Do you have any brains?" The two of them didn't dare to say a word after being scolded by Director Zhao. Director Zhao scolded them a few more times. When he turned around to look at Hu Jinyao, his voice softened. "President Hu, look, we didn't know about this either. We didn't do it on purpose." Then look. He couldn't be blamed for being too careful. One had to know that if Hu Mingfan of the Hu family was transferred to the province, it would be a piece of cake for him to deal with a small bureau chief like him. Moreover, the Hu family was a big business, and it was a key enterprise supported by the province. He really didn't want to have a head-on conflict with the other party. Hu Jinyao was only concerned about Su Qingseng now. He didn't have the mood to care about Director Zhao's official career. However, his gaze swept across the two people behind Director Zhao and he snorted coldly. "Since you don't know how to handle cases, don't stay in such an important position. Give it to someone who is capable." Yes. Definitely. I will definitely do as you say." Director Zhao repeatedly agreed. The two policemen's faces turned pale, especially the male policeman, who was Lian Jin's classmate. He had worked for a long time before he was promoted to the position of deputy captain. Seeing that he could be promoted to captain at the end of the year, he thought that he could be promoted faster after this matter was over. Who knew that this would turn out to be like this? Hu Jinyao didn't care if they were happy or not. He didn't have the time to pay attention to Director Zhao's words. He took Su Qingsang and left. Yang Wenchang had already parked the car outside. When he saw the two of them coming out, he quickly went forward to open the door for them. After getting into the car, Su Qingsang looked at the gate outside. Director Zhao was still standing there waving at them. How did you know that I was locked up? I thought you wouldn't know until tomorrow. I went to the hospital to look for you. Director Sun told me. Hua Jingyao held her hand tightly as he spoke. Why didn't you call me immediately? Don't mention it. Su Qingsang was depressed when she mentioned this. My phone was taken away by them. They didn't let me make any calls or contact the outside world at all. It's my fault. Hua Jingyao felt a little guilty. He had heard from Director Sun that she had been trying to contact him, but she hadn't been able to. Next time, I'll definitely save a copy of my phone number for your colleagues. Tell them to call me if they need anything. How can I blame you? Su Qingsang held his hand with an extremely indifferent expression. I can't blame you either. Even if you knew, I would still have been brought here. It's just a matter of how long I stay. I know. However, he still couldn't help but blame himself and feel guilty for not protecting her well. By the way, do you know who wants to deal with me? Su Qingsang believed that since he was here, he must have already found out. Hua Jingyao narrowed his eyes, and there was a flash of malice in them. I have a rough idea. Who? Lian Jin. Lian Jin? Who's that? Su Qingsang didn't remember this name. Qi Shiwei's husband. Huh. This time, it was Su Qingsang's turn to be surprised. She looked at Hua Jingyao. He wants to deal with me because his son died. Yes. But that child of his was actually not breathing when he was born. How can he blame me? As Su Qingsang said this, she suddenly turned her head to look at Hua Jingyao. Her clear eyes were filled with a hint of inquiry. Don't tell me that your good classmate is also involved in this matter? No. Are you sure? To be honest, Su Qingsang was indeed a little unhappy. After all, no woman would like her husband to take care of another woman. That was her personality. That was the kind of person she was. If she was unhappy, she would clearly express her unhappiness. Hua Jingyao squeezed her hand and shook his head gently at her. She really doesn't know. In fact, she and her husband are about to divorce. Hua Jingyao had no intention of gossiping about other people's privacy, but Su Qingsang wasn't an outsider after all. He briefly told her about Qi Shiwei's situation. After hearing it, Su Qingsang's eyes widened. So melodramatic? This was simply a real-life version of Hamlet. Yes. Hua Jingyao thought of Qi Shiwei's pale face, and how exhausted she looked after being tormented. He let out a long sigh. That's what happened. Lian Jin didn't believe that the child was no longer around. He thought that I deliberately hid him, so that he wouldn't find him. Then he found out about my relationship with you. And that's why he did what he did today. I think he wanted to make me compromise by making things difficult for you. There was nothing Su Qingsang didn't understand when she was there. However, did he still come to look for Qi Shiwei today? Yes. But my men have already thrown him out. Hua Jingyao thought of Lian Jin and felt a little ashamed. Yes. His family was miserable. And he was indeed pitiful. But what did these things have to do with Qi Shiwei? Qi Shiwei's mother had been killed, and her father had been kidnapped. She didn't think of revenge but fled abroad. If she hadn't found out that her biological mother had been killed by her stepmother, her mother might still be dead with a grievance. Under such circumstances, he didn't think that Qi Shiwei had done anything wrong. It was hateful that Lian Jin, a man, actually made things difficult for a woman. Throw him out. Su Qingsang was silent and thought of something. She looked at Hua Jingyao very seriously. I don't think it's a good idea for you to throw him out. Since he wants to see that child so much, let him see him. Qingsang, the child is still in the hospital morgue. We have no right to dispose of him. In fact, what to do with the child's body still depends on what Qi Shiwei and her husband think. At this point, Su Qingsang let out a long sigh. I've been in the hospital for several years. In fact, I've seen many things like this. No matter what, the people who left have already left. But the living still have to continue living. If possible, I hope they can all think it through. Hua Jingyao gave her a deep look. He suddenly leaned over and kissed Su Qingseng on the lips. Wife, I realized that you actually have the talent to be a philosopher. Su Qingseng couldn't help but laugh as she glanced at him. I can't be a philosopher. I've just seen too much birth, aging, illness and death. I'm just more open-minded than the average person. Hua Jinyao didn't respond. He thought of how Su Qingseng had forgiven Su Qinghui time and time again for the harm he had caused her. It might have something to do with her profession. After all, compared to life and death, everything else was really a trivial matter. Shiwei also wants to see that child. Why don't you arrange it? Okay. Su Qingseng didn't stay for long. It was still early, so she returned to the hospital first. Qi Shiwei had only seen Su Qingseng once at the Hua family's banquet. Now that she was looking at Su Qingseng in a white coat, she looked completely different from the dazzling beauty at the banquet, but she still couldn't hide her amazement. Su Qingseng, who was wearing a uniform, had an extra charm. Dr. Su, I've caused you trouble. Qi Shiwei calmed down and already knew her situation. Especially after Su Qingseng was taken away by the police. Director Sun thought about it and felt that it might have something to do with Qi Shiwei. So he came to the ward and explained what happened that day. It was also because of this that Qi Shiwei found out that Su Qingseng had been brought to the police station because of her. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. He only wants to be happy and doesn't care about other people's lives. I've implicated you. Her voice was very hoarse, and it sounded powerless. She also looked as if she would fall at the slightest gust of wind. Su Qingseng had seen many patients, but there were very few who could recover as quickly as Qi Shiwei and accept reality so easily. Miss Qi, you don't have to say sorry. This has nothing to do with you. If you want to see that child, I'll take you to see him. But if it's possible, let the child's father see him. When the time comes, you can speak clearly if you have anything to say. Qi Shiwei looked at Su Qingseng deeply. When her gaze fell on Hua Jinyao, who was beside her, Hua Jinyao nodded slightly. His meaning was the same as Su Qingseng's. She smiled bitterly, her face full of sarcasm. All right. If he wants to see him, let him see him. As she spoke, she picked up her phone from the bedside and pressed a string of numbers that she was already familiar with, but had once blocked. Very soon Lianjin arrived. He didn't expect Qi Shiwei to take the initiative to see him. This was truly a rare occurrence. When he saw Su Qingseng and Hua Jinyao, he sneered. What? Did you call me over to settle the score with me? Su Qingseng looked at the man in front of her. He was not bad looking. He was tall and thin, and his facial features could be considered handsome. However, when he spoke, he looked at them with disdain, which made his face look a little more cynical, making people feel a little uncomfortable. Settle the score? Of course I have to settle the score with you. Qi Shiwei glared at the man in front of her. Now just looking at this man made her feel disgusted, nauseous and uncomfortable. Lianjin, didn't you say you wanted to see that child? I'll take you to see him now. As Qi Shiwei spoke, she forced herself to get out of bed. She still had wounds on her body, and she had just given birth. Her body was very weak, so how could Su Qingseng dare to let her walk so far? She asked the nurse outside to bring a wheelchair, and she went forward to help Qi Shiwei sit on it. I'll push you there. Qi Shiwei was about to refuse, but when she saw the worry in Su Qingseng's eyes, she agreed. Soon, a group of people arrived at the morgue from the obstetrics and gynecology department of the hospital. Even during the day, the morgue gave off a gloomy feeling. Su Qingseng greeted her colleague in charge of the morgue. She pushed Qi Shiwei into the place where the bodies were kept. She had personally sent the child over, so she knew where to put it. She opened the drawer and gestured for Qi Shiwei and Lianjin to come over. Lianjin had always thought that his child was still alive, but he didn't expect Su Qingseng to really bring them to the morgue. Chapter 616. Hua Jinyao was still holding a grudge against Lianjin for causing Su Qingseng to go to the police station. Seeing that he was standing at the door of the morgue without moving or going in, he snorted coldly. What? You don't dare to go in? Lianjin stood there without moving. He looked at Hu Jinniao. His footsteps were heavy, and his heart was beating fast. Su Qingseng glanced at him, then firmly pushed Qi Shiwei inside. In fact, if possible, she didn't want to make this trip, nor did she want Qi Shiwei to see it. It really wasn't a good experience. She pushed the wheelchair in front of the poor baby. The child was placed in the big drawer of the morgue. After it was pulled out, it was covered with a black cloth. Su Qingseng glanced at Qi Shiwei, not sure if she was ready. Qi Shiwei didn't seem to notice her worried gaze. She just stared at the black cloth. Su Qingseng bit her lip, and finally helped open the zipper. The child is here. Qi Shiwei only took one look and was stunned. She looked up at Su Qingseng, and her voice was slightly trembling. That's him. Yes. Su Qingseng couldn't bear to look at the child who was no longer breathing. She looked at Qi Shiwei. This is the morgue after all. Don't stay too long, especially since you've just given birth. It's not good for your health to stay here for too long. Qi Shiwei didn't say anything. She just stared at the child. Su Qingseng couldn't bear to look at her anymore because of her expression. I'll pick you up later. After saying that, she took a deep look at Qi Shiwei and turned to leave. When she passed by Lian Jin, her voice was very low. This child is the child I delivered. If you don't believe me, you can go for a DNA test. Walking out, she looked at Hu Jinniao. Hu Jinniao nodded slightly at her. And then the two of them looked at Lian Jin. Hu Jinniao was still a little worried about Qi Shiwei. However, he knew that at a time like this, she wouldn't want him to be here to participate in her affairs. He more or less knew Qi Shiwei's personality. After glancing at Su Qingseng, the two of them left hand in hand. Although Qi Shiwei was already mentally prepared, when she really saw the black and stiff baby, her body couldn't help but start to tremble. This was her child. The child who had accompanied her and stayed in her stomach for 8 months. He died the moment he was born. He didn't even have the chance to see the world. The reason why the child's body turned blue was because of the lack of oxygen. Just as Sun Huya had said, he had been in his stomach for too long, causing him to have difficulty breathing and eventually suffocating. Why did she argue with Lian Jin? Why didn't she come to the hospital earlier to protect the fetus? Why didn't she ask Hu Jinniao for help from the beginning? That way, her child might not have died. Of course, Lian Jin was responsible for this, but it was more of her responsibility. This realization made her suddenly lower her head, cover her face, and cry. Lian Jin had walked to her side at some point in time. He also saw the child. Even though he was a man, when he saw the child's pitiful state, he couldn't help but tremble. He couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Especially when he heard Qi Shiwei's suppressed, painful cries. He felt more and more uncomfortable. After a long time, Qi Shiwei finally calmed down. She reached out her hand, unafraid of the child's blue face and already cold body. She reached out her hand and gently caressed the child's face. In order to come back this time, she didn't tell anyone many things. She only wanted to escape, but she was wrong. Now, she didn't want to be wrong anymore. Lian Jin. She knew that Lian Jin was an alias, and that his real name was Shen Jin, but Qi Shiwei was already used to calling him that. Let's get a divorce. Lian Jin's brows were tightly furrowed. He stood there, his gaze landing on the child, but he didn't speak. Qi Shiwei didn't need him to say anything. She just wanted to say her decision. You want the child, but the child is gone. He's right here. If you still have a trace of humanity, don't disturb his path to reincarnation. What do you mean? Nothing. This child is mine. I'll bury him properly, and I'll find a mage to help him transcend. But all of this has nothing to do with you. Qi Shiwei, don't get me wrong. I also have a share of this child. You have a share? Qi Shiwei seemed to have heard a joke. She suddenly turned to look at Lian Jin with hatred in her eyes. Do you know how hard it was for me to keep this child alive? Do you know why it was so hard? It had been a long time since Lian Jin had seen Qi Shiwei look so resentful. He felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. You didn't stay in the United States and ran back to China. Of course it was hard for you to fly all the way here. Lian Jin, I hate how shameless you are. Qi Shiwei sneered. Do you still remember the day before I ran away? Qi Shiwei didn't mind clarifying. You locked me up, I ran away. And then you came looking for me. Do you remember what good thing you did? Lian Jin's expression finally began to change. Qi Shiwei turned her wheelchair to face Lian Jin. You raped me and you raped me. You remember, don't you? Her voice trembled with anger. Because of what you did, I've been bleeding ever since. The doctor told me that I have a tendency to have a threatened abortion. Lian Jin, did you hear me clearly? All of this was your fault. It was you. Her uterus had already been injured, but it was treated so roughly by Lian Jin. This caused the fetus to be unstable during her pregnancy. She even had reason to suspect that even if she really gave birth to the child safely, the child's body would be very weak and fragile. After all, she had almost miscarried a few times and almost lost the child. All of this was Lian Jin's fault. How could he have the face to blame others now? Lian Jin stood there. His lowered face made it hard to see his expression for a moment. However, his hands, which were hanging by his side, were tightly clenched into fists. Qi Shiwei. She could have said it at the time. She could have told him that she was pregnant. But Lian Jin knew that in that situation, what was the use of saying it? Qi Shiwei looked at him and sneered. Lian Jin, now that the child is dead, you still have the face to tell me that this is your child. Lian Jin's face was a little pale. His gaze fell on the stiff and blue baby. He suddenly turned his face away, not daring to face her. Everything was irreversible. Inexplicably, things had come to this. Qi Shiwei looked at him coldly, feeling very disdainful of his evasive gaze. Her voice also became sharp and cold. Now leave this place. Whether it's me or my son, we don't want to see you the murderer. After saying this, she no longer looked at Lian Jin, but continued to look at the baby. There was no longer any meaning in pursuing anyone's responsibility. Even if she pushed all the blame on Lian Jin, what was the use? Her child was already dead and couldn't come back. The temperature in the morgue was already lower than outside. Qi Shiwei had been staying here all this time, so it was inevitable that she would suffer from the cold. In addition, she was in a bad mood, so Su Qingsang was a little worried. In the end, Su Qingsang and He Jingyao calculated the time. Su Qingsang came in and pushed her out again. When she went in, Lian Jin had already left. Qi Shiwei, on the other hand, had been staring at the child. Her expression was a little wooden, and her eyes were also red. The moment her body returned to the hospital bed, Qi Shiwei seemed to have finally recovered from her sadness. Dr. Su, thank you. You're welcome. These are all things I should do. Qi Shiwei's voice was a little hoarse. Although she hadn't cried for long just now, she had just given birth, and had spent so much effort to scold Lian Jin. Her throat was very uncomfortable now. Seeing this, Su Qingsang quickly poured her a glass of water, and asked her to drink it. After drinking the water, Qi Shiwei felt much better. She looked at Su Qingsang gratefully, then at He Jingyao, who had been standing by the side. Dr. Su, you're such a nice person. It's Jinyao's blessing to be able to marry you. The corners of He Jinyao's lips curled up slightly. He was obviously very happy with Qi Shiwei's praise. I also feel very lucky to be able to marry him. Su Qingsang's words made Qi Shiwei nod. Yes, they were all very lucky, unlike her, who had been unlucky from the beginning to the end. Seeing the change in her expression, Su Qingsang could tell that she must be feeling bad. After thinking about it, she tried her best to comfort her. Miss Qi, I know you're very sad, and it's hard for you to accept losing that child. But no matter what, people still have to look forward. You're so beautiful and so young. I believe that as long as you're willing to walk out of it, you'll definitely have a bright future. Seeing that Qi Shiwei's expression didn't change, and was still sad, Su Qingsang felt a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, I didn't have the right to say so much. But I really think it's better for you to let it go. What's more, you said that the child has been relying on you for several months. I don't think you want him to feel uneasy when he leaves, right? It was impossible for Qi Shiwei to get over it so quickly. Even her sadness couldn't disappear immediately. However, Su Qingsang's words made her feel a little better. Thank you, Dr. Su. You're a good person. As she spoke, she looked at He Jingyao again. You're all good people. You're Jinyao's friend. If you don't mind, You can call me Qing Sang from now on. Okay, then don't call me Miss Qi. Call me Shiwei. Su Qingsang and Qi Shiwei looked at each other and smiled. Now they had some admiration for each other. Qi Shiwei didn't say much before she started to feel tired. Su Qingsang knew that she was also tired. The ups and downs in her emotions weren't good for her current body. She told her to rest well and not worry about anything. She then gave some instructions as a doctor. She didn't say that Qi Shiwei couldn't have any more children. At this stage, if Qi Shiwei found out, the blow would be even greater. She then instructed Xiao Jiang to take good care of Qi Shiwei before she left with Hua Jinniao. By then, the sky had already darkened. Hua Jinniao held Su Qingsang's hand and walked in the direction of their car. Qingsang, thank you for today. He thanked her for letting Qi Shiwei see the baby and for comforting her. There were some things that a man like him couldn't say, but Su Qingsang's perspective was different. Thank me? Su Qingsang shook her head. There's no need to thank me. I'm a doctor. No matter who comes and who encounters such a thing, I will treat them equally. No matter what, thank you. Hua Jinniao could also tell that it would be difficult for Qi Shiwei to get over it in a short period of time. Moreover, there was a guy like Lian Jin. But no matter what, he could at least tell that Qi Shiwei didn't have any negative thoughts. That was enough. As for the rest, he could only leave it to the heavens and let the heavens decide. Yang Wenchang had been waiting outside for a long time, so he wasn't impatient. The two of them got into the car, and the car drove out of the hospital smoothly. Su Qingsang looked at the street outside. The sky was getting darker, and the sky was getting darker, just like her current mood. No matter what, the departure of a life had more or less affected her. In fact, she really felt bad for Qi Shiwei. Don't think about it. This isn't your responsibility. Hua Jinniao saw that Su Qingsang was in a daze just now. He reached out and rubbed her head. His voice was very soft. You didn't want this to happen either. It's not your fault. I know. Su Qingsang rubbed the space between her eyebrows. She had been on duty for the whole night. She had been locked up for another half a day. This time, she was really sleepy. I just feel a little regretful. She felt a little regretful and a little sad. Every time she couldn't save a life, she would feel this way. Do you know? Our hospital, including the Lin City Hospital where we stayed before, is considered good. After all, sometimes we need to prove some surgeries. But some hospitals are actually very excessive. She had a classmate who was assigned to a local hospital after graduation. That classmate had said a lot of such things in her classmates' group chat. After some women got pregnant, because the man's family wanted a boy, they would go through an ultrasound to verify their gender in advance. Even if they were very strict, there were still some people who would take advantage of loopholes. After those people found out that they were pregnant with a girl, they would abort. The most exaggerated woman actually aborted 4 daughters in a row in order to give birth to a son. When Su Qingsang's classmate mentioned this, they were all very puzzled. She had also asked the other party, if that was the case, why did they still perform the surgery on that woman? Su Qingsang's classmate told her that if she was the one doing it, at least her skills were not bad, and the hospital's equipment and specifications were also up to standard. If they didn't do it for the other party, and the other party went to a small hospital, not to mention that the technology might not be mature. Even the facilities and equipment were not comparable to a big hospital. More importantly, if something were to happen to him, it would be terrible. Rather than letting these pregnant women go to other places to torment their health, and even cause them to die, it would be better to do it on their own hands. Su Qingsang's hair stood on end when she heard that. She could only be glad that because of her excellent grades when she graduated, she had been recruited by Zhang Qiubai to the first hospital of Lin City, which was much stricter. Even so, Su Qingsang had seen a lot of similar incidents. There was once a pregnant woman whose fetal movements were not obvious when she was pregnant, but there were still fetal movements. The pregnant woman did not find any problems after several examinations, and then stopped coming for examinations for 3 months. Who knew that when the child was about to be born, she would find that the child was already dead? Su Qingsang had seen such things many times, but every time she saw it, she still felt uncomfortable. I must work harder to study and study in the future to improve my medical skills. I hope I can help more people. Su Qingsang's voice was faint, but it was filled with determination. Hua Jingyao reached out and held her hand. His eyes were deep, and there was a calming power in them. I believe in you. His Qingsang would definitely become the most outstanding and first-class obstetrician. Su Qingsang smiled because of his affirmation. She looked at Yang Wenchang, who was driving seriously in the front. Some things could wait until they got back. When she got home, Su Qingsang was tired and hungry. She lay down and fell asleep almost immediately after she ate and took a shower. She had something to say to Hua Jingyao, but she couldn't. She was really too tired and sleepy. When Hua Jingyao came out of the bathroom after taking a shower, he saw the sleeping beauty in front of him. Su Qingsang was sleeping soundly on the bed. Her cheeks were flushed with two beautiful red clouds. Her steady breathing showed that she was sleeping soundly. The slight frown on her face in her sleep made Hua Jingyao frown as well. Sitting down by the bed, he reached out and gently stroked Su Qingsang's eyebrows. She was sleeping soundly and didn't wake up because of his action, but her eyebrows slowly smoothed out because of his action. The corners of Hua Jinyao's lips curled up. He leaned down and gently kissed Su Qingsang's forehead. Su Qingsang fell into a deep sleep. She didn't wake up until almost 9 o'clock the next morning. Because she didn't have to go to work, she wasn't in a hurry to get up. She looked around and saw that the bed next to her was already cold. It seemed that Hua Jingyao had been up for a long time. When Su Qingsang tidied herself up and walked out of the living room, she was surprised to see that Hua Jingyao was still there. You're up? Breakfast is in the kitchen. You can eat it after you heat it up. Hua Jingyao's gaze moved away from the screen in front of him. Or should I heat it up for you? No need, I'll do it myself. Su Qingsang walked towards the kitchen. There was indeed breakfast prepared by Hua Jingyao. After breakfast, she called Ling Fei. She was on duty today. She asked Ling Fei to keep an eye on Qi Shiwei. Although she knew that Qi Shiwei wouldn't do anything extreme, she wasn't in a good state right now. Don't you have to work today? Hua Jingyao reached out his hand to her, and Su Qingsang sat down beside him. It's Saturday. Saturday? Huh. Su Qingsang had experienced so many things yesterday that she had forgotten that it was Saturday. Hasn't your company been busy recently? Ever since Hua Yifan went to prison, it had affected the Hua family a little. The first was Hua Mingliang. He couldn't let go of the anger in his heart. After Hua Yifan went to prison, he didn't want to go to work. He was the department manager of Tianyu Group. If he didn't go to work, he had to find someone to replace him. It was easy to find someone, but the key was that Hua Mingliang said that he was only on annual leave. It wouldn't be a problem for Hua Jingyao to temporarily replace him. The problem was that a person like Hua Yifan had appeared. Even a large company like the Hua family was still at the center of gossip. Many people were discussing such a matter. A few people from their partner companies were supposed to sign the contract, but now they said that it would be delayed for a few days. The reason was that since Hua Yifan could steal their company's plan, it was inevitable that he could do it elsewhere. Hua Jingyao had expected these things and had also taken measures to deal with them. Therefore, other than the few days when Hua Yifan went to prison, he was so busy that he couldn't even touch the ground. The rest of the time was fine. The company's matters are endless. However, it's also important to accompany your wife. Hua Jingyao's voice was very soft and gentle. Su Qingsang moved away from his embrace and looked at his face with a hint of playfulness. Is it more important to accompany your wife or your ex-girlfriend? Qingsang, this situation wasn't right. He saw that Su Qingsang was fine just now. No, she was still fine yesterday. She was very concerned about Qi Shiwei. Why did his attitude change after a night's sleep? Su Qingsang sat up straight and gently tapped Hua Jingyao's chest with one hand. Did I say something wrong? Am I wrong? She tilted her face. Her face was red because she had just woken up. Her watery eyes were a little teasing because of the joke just now, which inexplicably added a sense of charm. No, she was pregnant, and she got divorced. It's not easy for her to be here alone. Most importantly, she had also helped him. Hui Yifun's incident this time, and why he could send Su Peijian to prison so easily. It was all Qi Shiwei's credit. Even if she hadn't saved his life before, Hu Jiniao would have taken good care of her. It's indeed not easy for her to have a big belly. So our great president Hu visits from time to time, and takes good care of her. He hugs and hugs her, seriously. When she saw the care at the police station yesterday, even though she knew that the other party was using this to break down her psychological defense, she still felt a little uncomfortable. After all, no woman would like to see her husband show so much care for another woman. Not to mention, Hu Jiniao's concern for Qi Shiwei was beyond normal. Qingsang. Hu Jiniao reached out to grab her hand. Su Qingsang dodged to the side and dodged. She tapped Hu Jiniao's chest again. It's fine if you hugged and hugged, but someone even took a lot of photos and showed them to me. Mr. Hua, I want to interview you. How does it feel to meet your first love again after so many years? Wife, didn't I tell you before that she was just a classmate? Just a classmate? Su Qingsang nodded. She's just a classmate, yet you hugged and hugged her. You sent her to the hospital and spent the night with her. By the way, why did you go to the hospital to look for me? Don't tell me that you missed me. You should be worried about your good classmate, right? Qingsang. Hu Jiniao wanted to explain, but Su Qingsang didn't give him a chance.